out your name. Jump in your canoe, let's paddle with no fear. Racing in the ocean, let the adrenaline sear. Sprinting through the water, feeling the wind's embrace. Pushing to the limit, leaving no trace. In this fierce competition, we're in perfect sync. Determined to conquer with every paddle swing. Can you feel the ocean's velocity? As we race, setting our spirits free. We're all one, and there's no stopping now. Catching the waves, we'll make it somehow. Feel the rhythm in the pounding of the waves. Can you hear the sound? It's calling out your name. Jump in your canoe, let's paddle with no fear. Racing in the ocean.
All right, good morning everyone. We're out here with Puna's Regatta today. We just missed the specials. We had a bit of a squall come through, had to clean things up. You can see right now they're having a mess out there to have to clean up too. Sometimes this happens. You know, the kids huli, they're out there trying to get the canoe emptied, clear the water, and we'll get ready for our first event. Let's see, today we're starting off the women's 70. Women's 70s event. Let's see who's in there today. We got Keauhou, Opua, ʻEhitu, Kamehameha, Kawaihae, and Keaukaha. Don't quite have all the crews loaded yet, as we're still getting ready this morning, but let's just keep an eye on that huli, and as soon as they clear the course, we can clear the course. All right, looks like they're making some progress out there, getting this canoe cleared. It's tough with these koas because they sit low in the water and they don't have watertight bulkheads. So it can be a challenge to get all that water out and to get it paddling again. But we are getting ready for the women's 70, and we're going to try to relocate this camera that you're looking at right now, get a little bit better view of the course, and maybe find a little bit more stable platform. It's always a challenge. They switch courses. I don't know if the keen-eyed of you noticed, but we're on the non-traditional course, which runs the opposite way as last week, and the flags are shifted a little further towards town. So we're just going to see what we can do to rig things up as we get ready for the women's 70. Well, it looks like we are getting ready for women's 70. Start any minute here. For this first race, we may need to cover this all with the ground cameras while we relocate our start camera and we get things lined up here for you guys. We have to prepare for the worst weather, so we've got to be somewhat buckled down with all the covers on. But we got a good finish line shot for you guys today. We'll be able to see pretty close down the line. The world's a little tilted, but we'll be all right. The water won't spill out too much. So these ladies are getting ready to start here. They are going to be doing a half mile, so they're going to go down and turn around, come back. Hopefully we'll get our turn camera fired up and our drones fired up shortly. All right, we got 70s women off the line. We got a lot of tents and stuff on the way to this morning. Because it's a whole new setup, we always run into a few issues. So there's some tents for you. Behind the tents, you'll see some paddling. We will be working on getting this cleaned up. We got our other camera. Let's check on the status of our other camera, and we'll just let you watch the 70s women race. All right, here we go. 70s women coming down to the turn. A little bit better view for you down here at the other end of the course. They're all coming into the turn here. Oh, it is quite a lineup on the corner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The outside lane already around. 6 turning. Wow. These ladies are really putting the pedal to the metal, giving their competition a run for the money. That is awesome. They are coming towards us. We got a little bit of a breeze in their faces. But they are on their way. As we get closer to mid-course, here we'll have an idea. You can see the ocean is pretty tilted out there today. Let's switch to the dual cameras here. Okay, here they come. They're coming in towards the finish here. We got them moving across. ʻEhitu's trying to come on back. We are right here on the finish line for you. These are the officials. You'll be able to see who comes right in. They are just battling it out here. It's like ʻEhitu. All right, we got our 70s men underway here. We're just 3 crews in this race. Same 3 crews have been battling all season. Keauhou, Keaukaha, and ʻEhitu. There's ʻEhitu right there, looking solid. Well, looks like Keaukaha is creeping ahead there, holding off ʻEhitu, who looks like they're in second, followed by Keauhou. Let's see how it goes as they start to approach the turn here. Yeah, it looks like we got Keaukaha coming out of the corner first. Looks like Keauhou is making some ground on that corner. They're getting a little more even with ʻEhitu there. Let's see what happens when they start coming our way. As they get closer to the mid-course, we'll be able to see a little better. Okay, well, it looks like Keaukaha's got a solid canoe length ahead of both second and third, which looks like it's a battle. Battle between ʻEhitu and Keauhou. ʻEhitu's starting to bring it up. Here we go. Looks like Keaukaha an official first. About a canoe length. Both Keauhou and ʻEhitu coming in there. That's a tough one to judge. Put it in slow motion for you. Boy, I don't know. That's one for the officials. All right, so that was the men's 70. Now we're moving on to women's 65 and ʻEhitu. They've been undefeated in this event so far. Let's take a look at that crew as we move through the list of competitors this morning. There they are in lane 7. They're the ones to watch. Oh, I'm sorry. No, it's a Puna Canoe Club. They're undefeated in this event. And Puna's on the inside there. Let's take a quick look at that. Let's see who's in that crew. We have 7 core crew members. Just a couple substitutions. They've had 5 wins, so that's pretty impressive. Let's just check at the standings for this event. See how it's looking. Well, there they are with a huge gap over Waikoloa and ʻEhitu, who are battling it out for second, with Kaipua not too far behind at 19 points. But it looks like Puna's going to be the one to watch, and today I'm going to guess they are in lane 2, and they are. So let's see if they're lining up. They're coming out on the line here, getting ready to race. Let's just highlight a few paddlers from this event who are paddling with us today. This is data just taken from the HCRA database, which goes back to about 2006. It's a bit spotty at times, and sometimes names change, so we don't track all of the data, but we've done a pretty good job. I think we've got, for example, this person, Joe Machi's had 133 different events. Most of those was Kaipua, still racing with Kaipua. Back in 2009 is when we started recording races for her. Well, let's go through a few more of these before they get started. We're still waiting on them lining up. We've got only 3 on the line. 145 races, 53 firsts, 103 podium finishes. Got a lot of experienced paddlers out there. $189 races. There's some hammers out there to watch. They're starting to get lined up. I think we're getting close. Let's see how we're doing. Let's put up the crews. As we get ready to race. This is going to be a good race, or you want to watch lane 2, Puna Canoe number 57 there. You can see them in the green with a little bit of yellow. Got a few canoes across the line. Their boat holders are trying to bring them back, getting all straightened out. Get ready to race. It looks like a good day in Hilo. It's going to be a cool one, maybe some rain. We'll check out the weather and tides in a minute. But as we're getting ready to go, let's bring in the drone. As we're getting lined up. That looks good. It looks like it'll be a clean start as this last canoe comes in. Lines up. We'll get this race underway. Here we go. Paddles up. Here we go. 65 women. All right. Let's switch to the drone. We get a good aerial view of what's going on out there. But here we go. Remember lane 2, they've been undefeated so far. But they're going to have to battle for it. All these ladies are going to give them a fight. They're not going to give up easy. Let's just watch them as they make their way down course. All right, you can see Puna's starting to make a gap. They're working hard to keep that gap too. They're going to start moving down course here into the turn. Let's bring that shot up for you. Here we are coming towards the turn. Let's see who we got out there. You can keep an eye on lane 2. Here they are coming around. Yeah, that's right, we got Puna coming out first. Got a lot of canoes turning at the same time out there. And it's going to be a battle coming back down course. Lane 1 there just getting around. Some of these outside lanes are already turning. They had a little bit of a run with some of the current probably coming from the river. I apologize for some of the camera controls. We had to move our camera and its controls are reversed. So I may seem drunk, but I'm not. I'm just trying to not be dyslexic and running this camera. I don't think it's working. I'm gonna have to change that or I'm gonna go drive us all crazy. But there we go. We got Puna out there leading. I'm gonna switch back because I'm not doing a good job covering that. Back on the drone here, so here we are looking from the outside in. They're moving in. All right, these ladies are coming about mid-course now. On their final leg, you can see Puna has a lead there. It looks like lane 3 is fighting for second with this outside lane, which looks like ʻEhitu. They are pressing hard. They've got the crowd on their feet. See how they're doing as they're coming closer to the finish. There it is. Looks like Puna held them off. Nice, and here we all the ladies finishing. It's a battle to the end. Nice, nice. Good race, ladies. Up next, we've got the 65 men. And then we'll be switching to the quarter miles for the keikis. Got a full crowd down here today. Hilo is looking good. People are hiding from the rain and the sun. As we're out here on this untraditional course, which runs a little bit further to the west instead of finishing at the normal judges stand. Well, we're going to set up for the next race here. Let's take a look at who we've got for our 65 men. Last half mile before we switch to our quarter miles. Let's hit the crew spotlight, see who's racing. KEAWE, a bunch of hammers in this race. I recognize those names. Once again, Waikoloa, more hammers. Waikoloa, they're undefeated. So another lane 2. And yet another group of hammers. Alright guys, we've got a lot of experienced paddlers in this group too. We still don't have the Opua crews lined up yet. They could have scratched, well, we don't know quite until they line up. Clubs have to, about 5 minutes before the event, to declare they're scratched or not. And sometimes they miss that deadline and end up on the list anyway. We've got 9 canoes out there. Let's just take a quick look at our paddler spotlights, because I'm sure there's going to be some hammers. And we will see what's going on with the one crew. See if we can get their crew loaded in. We'll just keep highlighting a few of these crew members here. These are all people paddling today. And we will take a quick look at that Puna Canoe that has remained undefeated through 5 races. I'm sorry, it's Waikoloa. Waikoloa has remained undefeated for 5 races, with primarily all the same crew members. Only had to swap one person out. So that's 5 wins for these guys. Let's take a look at the overall standings for this event. So you can see there they are at 39 points. That's a large gap. They got 11-point gain over Keaukaha. And Keaukaha and KEAWE fighting it out there with 1 point between them. Oh, and look at this. Hui Waʻa, they're tied with KEAWE. So it's anybody's bet here what's going to happen today and what's going to change this balance. Let's just take a few more paddlers from this event as we wait for them to line up. And while we're here, we can also take a look at what's going on with the weather. So let's check the weather, because there's a lot of black clouds out there. What do we got going on? Oh yeah, lots of clouds today. Doesn't show a huge amount of rain, so probably just a few squalls, if anything, maybe some misting. So hopefully we'll be able to fly our drones the whole time. We'll see how it goes. Let's just take a quick look at the tides. Oh yeah, we've got a pretty big tide in this afternoon. So, between now and this afternoon, there's going to be some currents flooding, probably kind of peak around 11, maybe 12. The currents will be flooding the hardest. Now that may affect our paddlers' times overall. And let's just take a quick look while we're waiting for these guys to get lined up at some of the state times for this race. So, oh, I'm sorry, we're in the wrong. Got them. I meant to pull up the results for women's 70. So let's take a look at the results from the women's 70. ʻEhitu, about a 3-second gap there with Kawaihae and KEOWU. Close on the tail. Good job. Let's take a quick look, see if we got men's 70. We do have men's 70s results. Let's see if we can bring those up, and then we'll get back to our race. And I think we kind of all saw the gap there. Yeah, that's good. Keaukaha, KEAWE, and ʻEhitu. They called it. That was a tight one. Half a second between them. All right, let's get back to this event. All right, we've got 9 canoes out there today. Check your lanes, find your club, cheer them on. All right, we're getting ready to go here, and we're off men's 70. And here they go. 65 men. I don't think I got enough caffeine this morning. Getting all my numbers mixed up. Well, let's watch these guys go. Waikoloa, lane 2, they're the ones to watch. They've had a solid 5 wins. Got a lot of experienced guys out there. I think everybody's going to be vying for that number 1 spot. You can see Hui Waʻa trying to give them a run for money. Kawaihae out there too. From this angle, looks like they're pushing pretty good. It's going to be a tight one coming into this turn. Got these guys coming into the turn here. You can see Waikoloa. Looks like they're going to be the first coming around through this turn. Oh yeah, it is tight. But it does look like we've got a little bit of lead there for Waikoloa. Now these guys are trying to gain though. They're fighting for it. Some of those outer canoes still turning. Waikoloa is pushing hard, but they've got tough competition today. They have maybe a half canoe length ahead. So we got the other canoes following in behind. Let's switch back to the drone view. Let's see what we got. And there's our leaders by a half length right now. Waikoloa. Let's see, who's it going to be? They're coming up on the finish. That was a tight one there. All right, nice racing. Some of the crews on the outside just wrapping it up. Pushing, let's see, let's switch to finish cam. All right, good job, min 65. So now we're going to be switching to the 10s. The 10s, they'll be starting at the other end, doing one length on their way back. Okay, getting ready for the keiki to start. We're just waiting for them to line up. We got a couple canoes headed down there now. It's going to take them a bit. They got a bit to paddle. Turn around, get set up, and we will start girls 10 race, which is coming up next. So let's take a look who's in the girls 10 race. Right after we check some results, because we do have the women's 65 results ready. So let's check out the women's 65. Right, so there we have the unofficial results from HCRA on this. There always could be some protests or something overturned, but this is where they stand right now, and these are the times that they've recorded. Usually they're pretty solid by the time they publish them. So let's get back to the girls 10. We have an undefeated crew here in the girls 10 race. Let's take a quick look at that. There it is, KEAWE. Got almost the same crew for 5 races and pulled out 5 wins. So let's see how the standings look. There you can see they have a large gap there with Puna and ʻEhitu and Keauhou just right behind them, fighting for second and third. So let's see some of the backgrounds with the 10 girls. So these are just paddlers chosen at random from the HCRA database. We have a lot of paddlers out there, so it's hard to highlight everybody, but we try to do little slices here and there. This is a big community with all these paddlers out there. We've probably got 1,200 paddlers today, and they all have their own stories about how they got here, how they got started. And we're still waiting for a couple more canoes to make their way down there. This is one of those rare sports where people from all ages, from 5 years old to 80 plus, can come out, paddle with their friends, with their family, spend the day on the beach. While we wait for them to line up, we'll just pick a few more. I think we're getting close. Got 2 more canoes to get down there. Glad to see we got some people live in the chat this morning. Hopefully you're more awake than I am. I think we're getting ready. Let's take a quick look, see, put up the lanes and our crews so you know who is where. So the inside lanes here, the red flag, that's lane 1, working their way out all the way to lane 6 today, Keaukaha. And I'm going to try to drive this camera a little better, but no promises because it's all reversed. So it looks like we still got a couple crews lining up. Let's take a little closer look, see who's out there. Yeah, you can tell it goes the opposite the way I want it to go. There we go, they're all lining up. All right. Looks like we're still waiting for Keaukaha to come out. And maybe Keauhou. No, that could be them there. Alright, no, we still do have Keaukaha there on the inside. It looks like they have scratched the girls' race. So we might be getting going shortly. Well, it's going to be a nice cool day down here. Last weekend we were really roasting. It was a hot one, lots of sun. Today we got lots of cloud, touch of rain. I think it'll clear up a little bit more, but I think we're going to have cloud cover most of the day, so it'll make for some cooler weather for everybody. We're getting close to starting here. Just looking at the start boat. You can see our drone launching out. And they are lining up. Let's take a little closer look at our crews out there today. Gotta go the wrong way before you go the right way sometimes with these cameras, but here we go. I think we're getting ready. Let's throw the drone up. There we go. Looks like we're all on the line this morning, ready to rock. And they're taking the flag down on the start boat. I think we're getting ready to go. I think you're going to see paddles up here. There we go. And we're off. These crews are going for it. Alright, so it's first kids race. They're on fire out there. They're approaching mid-course here. Let's take a look. Looks like our inside boats are moving along good. Yeah, it looks like we got our hammers coming in. Let's see if we can throw up the finish cam with the drone. Get a good look at what's happening. Here we are, just a reminder, we're here at the Puna Regatta. They're hosting us today. So we need to stick with the drone camera. ʻEhitu, KEAWE. You can see them pushing. It's a hard event to cover with all this space. It's basically 3 football fields worth of racing. Right there. Nice race. All right. Now we have a brief outage there. Some of this moisture and the long distance can screw up the cameras. And we had a little bit of internet problem this morning as well. But we're low budget and we're just literally strapped together with 2x4s and duct tape. Here we go. Here's some of our final finishers. All right, good job, girls. Okay, next event is going to be Boys 10. Let's see if we can pull up some results in the meantime, because we do have some interesting stuff with Boys 10 to talk about in just a minute. But let's rewind for a second. Let's see the men's 65 results. They've been published. So, men's 65 results. Just want to give a shout out to Mike Shintako from the Keaukaha Canoe Club. He is in the hospital, maybe getting his appendix removed, and he was supposed to be in the men's 65 race today. But Mike, they needed you. They did pull off a third, but we're gonna have to get you well and back in the canoe. Okay, let's talk about this next race coming up. This is the Boys 10. So we've got this undefeated ʻEhitu. They've had 5 wins so far, 9 crew members. Good job, guys. Let's take a look at their standings. How close are the rest of them? Puna, 10 points back. Keauhou, 13 points back. KEAWE behind them. So, you know, it looks like it's a battle for second. That's for sure. Battle for second and third. ʻEhitu, those kids are looking pretty tough. Let's pull up some random background on some of these guys. Hui Waʻa paddlers. A lot of these guys are fairly new to paddling, as you can imagine. But these are going to be names you're going to be seeing in the future. Boys 10 is still lining up out there, so let's just go through a few more. All right, these little hammers are lining up. Still got a couple more canoes to get out there. We'll just keep looking at some of the background of these paddlers. Alright, let's throw up the whole crew spotlights for each lane. Oh, looks like they still haven't solidified the list. So let's see if they've published them yet. We'll refresh that list. Try to bring them back up. Yeah. Maybe Keauhou, they might have scratched. Let's just move on. We'll see what lane 2 if they've yeah, ʻEhitu. Keaukaha. So it looks like they have published all the crews, but we might have a scratch there for lane 1. Alright, so got quite a few kids here in this race. We still got them lining up. They're getting closer. We'll do some of the paddler backgrounds again while we wait for them to get going. Eight. All right, just a reminder, if you're in the area, come on down to Hilo. We've got clubs with their food booths. They're all trying to raise money for the long distance cruise. Puna's got a fundraiser they've got going on right now, and it would be great if people came down and supported them. Yeah, everybody does this for the love of the sport. It helps when the community supports them. As our crews get lined up out there, the boys 10. That was our drone. It just flew across the screen there. I think we're gonna have all 7 out there, but let's see what's going on. We got our drone up. Let's take a look. So watch the crews warm up, getting ready for their races. Dancing to the music. It's nice. Okay, we got our drone out there on the line. And we're off. There you go. They're already starting to work their way towards mid-course. And we have a better angle to see how the crews are doing. Looks like our undefeated crew is not giving up any space today. They've already got just about a canoe length. Just about a canoe length. Yeah, they definitely have a good gap going for them. See them on the bottom of our screen there. But it is definitely a battle for second and third. These are our first place crew. Not much stopping those guys. Those hammers are going for it. ʻEhitu's doing good. Let's. All right. They're starting to come in here. Yeah, looks like ʻEhitu. Good job, boys. This can be a battle. Well, it's a good job for ʻEhitu in first. And we've got a battle for second. Look at this. Half a canoe there. Third place battle as well. All right, that's a great effort from our paddlers. Boys 10. Good job. Okay, let's look at some results from our previous races. We do have the girls' 10 results up. All right, that was the girls' 10 results. We're going to wait here on the boys as we're getting ready for our next event, which is going to be girls 12. Let's just take a quick look at where we are for the points so far today. So these are the three divisions based on how many crews they've entered. AAA, AA, single A. So this is a AAA. ʻEhitu's leading by 10, chased by Keaukaha. Division AA, Waikoloa, Keauhou, KEAWE. Still pretty tight there. And our A division, not too many events for our A division yet. Only one club so far. So let's give them some time. Fill out their divisions. Let's see. Let's take a quick look at the point summary. This is just a total for everybody. No division really specific. Just as we're getting going. Early in the day. You can see we're still working our way through the schedule. It's today's schedule. Based on the results that have been released so far. So we're still waiting on Boys 10 results. But that event has finished. You can see we're in for a lot of paddling today. So here's where we are. Event 7 is coming up. Let's take a look at those crews. Let's see what we have. Alright, so it looks like we've got a pretty full race with these girls. Girls 12. Let's take a look at the lanes again real quick. 11, we might have a scratch or two. Sometimes they are late to update the database for us, but there could be a scratch. While we're waiting, let's take a look at the standings for this event. So there's no undefeated crews. So it looks like Kawaihae's been doing well, followed by Kaipua and Puna. Hui Waʻa not far behind, tied with KEOUA. So this could be an exciting race. Let's take a look at some of the backgrounds. So we already have some of these podium finishers in their first season. That's great to see. Hard to do. We're still waiting for them to line up. We still got 4 more canoes coming out. I think it's a little time to look at some of these. Now I should do a quick mention of one of our sponsors. This is Ultimate Off-Grid Solar. These guys are the ones that power our studio. They've been very generous and helpful with us. Let's take a quick look at Jason. He's getting ready to move his office.
Hey guys, it's Jason over at Ultimate Off-Grid Solar Hawaii on 48 Viva Street. Got some exciting news. We'll be moving soon. Stay tuned for when and where. If not, just stop by and come talk stories. Shoot!
We've been using their solar gear with both the panels and the battery banks. This is the second year now. We've been doing the regattas. Each one we try to improve a little bit, change things around. It seems like everyone is different, you know, especially with 3 different courses and 2 different locations. Coming back to Kona was a challenge too, logistically. We have to shoot camera feeds from across the bay. We're just trying to make it work here. Let's see. I think we got our drone up. Let's take a quick look and see. Not quite yet. We're still lining our crews up. We got a canoe that's got to turn around out there, and then we can get this race started. As they get lined up, their bowl holders are going to get ready to jump out. And that will be the last crew here to line up. And we'll be able to get this race going. Let's go ahead and take a look from the drone. You can see the whole lineup out there. It's a great shot this morning. As our girls 12 line up and get ready to race. You can see there's just a light breeze and just a light swell, and here we go. Yeah, this is an exciting race. All these teams are battling it out there. It's going to be a toast one. We got Puna here on the inside. They're pushing hard. From this angle, looks like they may have a little bit of a lead as we move into the middle of the course. It looks like that was Puna across the line. You know, it's unofficial. 1, 2, 3 with Waiākea. And we've got quite a fleet out there finishing. It's a great race. That's a big race. Always good to see. Lots of paddlers out on the course, filling these races up, challenging everyone. All right, good job, girls. You can see right in the foreground there, those are our officials. They're doing ID checks, doing the race timing. All volunteer effort. Okay, well, let's move on. Let's see, I think we have some more results. Let's see what we've got. I believe Looks like we just have the girls 10 yet. They haven't quite published any other races yet, so let's just take a quick look. Alright, so our next event's going to be Boys 12. Let's check out our crew spotlights for Boys 12. Looks like we might have a scratch with Laka. Oh, maybe Kailana too. We'll just have to see who lines up. Right now the canoes are still coming into the beach. It's still exchanging crews. And they gotta head back out to the line. Okay, well, we're still waiting for crews to line up. We do have an undefeated crew so far, 5 wins. Kaitu's team. Let's take a quick look at the undefeated crew here. So they've had 9 members. Out of these 9 members, most of them paddled almost all 5 races. Pretty consistent. 5 wins. Let's see how the standings are for this race so far. So we still have this regatta, Regatta 6. Then we have Laka's Regatta, followed by Auntie Miley's Big Island Championships as Regatta 8. As crews build up points towards states. Here's where we stand. Looks like ʻEhitu definitely has a good lead with their #1 places so far this season. Kawaihae not far behind. KEOWA trying to battle it out with Puna for 3rd. Looks like we could see some tight race here today. Let's see what kind of paddlers we have today from this event. You're going to start to see more and more experienced paddlers. Yeah, as you can see, there's probably a few bugs still to work out. I don't think this person has 5,700 race appearances. But when your name is Junior, there's a lot of you out there in the database, let me tell you. Alright, we're starting to get a little bit more canoes down there. Like the boys 12 race underway soon. So why don't we look at some trivia from the event so far? You know, as we're running things, we start to record some of the day's events, fastest times, things like that. So we do have 1,191 paddlers, 509 youth paddlers. It's great to see. And so far. Men 65, we got the fastest half mile. Girls 12 with the fastest half mile. And we've got 8 to 81 in terms of the age range paddling today. Let's just take a look, since we're still waiting, at all the clubs and all the events they're in. All right, you can see we got a lot of clubs going. I think we still have some canoes lining up. Let's just let's see what's going on in the chat. See what you guys are up to this morning. As we wait for the crews to line up. This next race, boys 12. Just a reminder of what lanes your team is in. Cheer them on. Remember, we've got our undefeated ʻEhitu, lane 2. We're going to have to keep an eye on those guys. But it looks like there's a strong battle for second and third between several of these clubs. As we get lined up here, I think we have one more crew to get out there. We should be underway. Okay, and we are underway. All right, looks like our drone doesn't want to fly. All right, here comes the boys 12. You can see lane 2 trying to pull away. So we do see the officials flying a flag. That means there could be a DQ for someone. Let me see if we got our drone up. We do. You can see lane 2. They're going for it. Inside lane's really trying. Let's throw up the race overlay for our crews. Real quick. Yeah, outside is putting up a fight. Kawaihae really wants to take that win. They want to take that undefeated title away from ʻEhitu, and they're working for it. Wow, yeah, I think they did it. Wow, looks like Kawaihae did pull off second. They were hot on their tail. Well, that was a good race. All right, good job, boys. Let's see if we have any more results. So, girls 10 was the last results we had. We do have boys 10. Let's take a look at the boys 10 results. Alright, so this is event 6, boys 10 results. And I believe we do have a girls 12 results as well. Alright, so that's boys 10. Let's take a quick look at girls 12 results. That was a full race, a lot of points there. 11 points if you come in first like Puna. Good job. Let's just take a quick look, see if we have any other results to report. And we do not. It's a good job. So we got quite a crowd down there. Everybody's enjoying the beach today. Our next event's going to be mix boys and girls 12. And we do have an undefeated. No, I'm sorry. We don't have undefeated. Thought we did, but we don't. We do have the standings, so let's take a quick look at the mix standings. Yeah, it's definitely been a battle. Look at that. 1 point separating first, second, and third, with fourth not far behind. This is going to be an exciting race. I expect to see these four crews really battle it out. Let's see what other results we have. We still don't have results. So, our next event is going to be this mix event. It's event 9. Things are moving along nicely. Despite having a huli early in the morning in the specials race, we seem to be doing pretty well. So let's just take a quick look at the overall progress with event 9 coming up. And it looks like we probably do have boys 12 results. So let's jump to boys 12 results. Now the results are not quite ready yet. They're only partially finished. So let's see what we got here for our crews. KEAWE, lane 1, ʻEhitu. All these guys are within points of each other, so you can expect to see some good racing here. There's our junior paddler with 5,700 events. We got about half of the crews out there so far. All right, we're getting closer. A couple more canoes to head out there, and let's just see if we can get some background on some of our paddlers. You can see some of these have gone on 3 regatta seasons or more. Some of them are new paddlers. I like to see this. We got lots of repeat paddlers in the keiki divisions. That's awesome. But if you're watching at home, don't be afraid to bring your kids down and get them signed up and paddling. It's a great activity. It's a fun way to spend the Saturday. Make lots of friends. Get some good exercise. Learn about the Hawaiian culture behind the koa canoes and paddling, along with the rest of the culture and language. Outrigger paddling is growing around the world. It's gotten bigger in California, really big in Brazil. Of course, it's big throughout Polynesia Islands. It's a little different for Polynesian paddlers. It's not just a sport. There's a lot more to it than that. The best way to experience that yourself is just to come down and paddle. We've even got some paddlers with 4 years of experience. Just about got all of them out on the line. We've got a duplicate. It is random, so you can see random sometimes repeats. Here we go. New paddler. Alright, we're getting them lined up on that start line. Let's take a quick look here. Let's get our lanes. Looks like we just have Keaukaha to get out there and a couple canoes just to get lined up. And we should be ready to go. You can expect this to be a good race. It's going to be tight. You have a lot of high-scoring teams here, a lot of repeat paddlers with experience. Now, we're going to be underway shortly. Let's see how this goes. There's a lot of background noise. I'm going to mute myself. Alright, this Keaukaha, last one turning around, getting lined up. Should be starting any minute now. Alright, we're going to launch our drone out. Give you that nice aerial view. Paddles are up, and they are underway. Come. This is a big event. And it's gonna be tight. We've got some top crews competing against each other. As you can see, a couple of these inside crews just battling away. We're starting to see some gaps form, but it's definitely still a battle. got about a half canoe length on first. With lane 1, looks like ʻEhitu. Based on my limited vision, maybe Keauhou. KEAWE. Oh, and here we come. Boom. Wow. That was a tight finish. I think ʻEhitu might have taken that one. But that was a tight one. We still have lots of crews finishing. Alright, good job, guys. Alright, we're going to be coming up on event 10, which is girls 13. Still in the quarter miles. Let's take a peek to see if we have some more results ready. We do have the boys 12 results ready. Let's take a quick look at that. Alright, so here's boys 12. We did have a DQ. That's when we saw that flag. They said they were over on the start, it looks like. That's too bad. They did have a good time. Just some tight times there for third and fourth. Alright, so before we start our next event, let's take a quick look at who's in the girls 13 race. So we have Laka in lane 1. ʻEhitu. Hui Waʻa. Puna out there in lane 4. Waʻa. Waikoloa lane 6. Kawaihae lane 7. Looks like another big race. Lane 8 Hoemana. Lane 9 Keaukaha. Lane 10 Opua. Lane 11 Keauhou. Alright, that's quite a list of paddlers we've got out there today. Let's take a look at the standings. Nobody's undefeated, but we do have a lot of competition with ʻEhitu. ʻEhitu's staying on top there. Opua and Laka. We're battling hard for second. Followed by Kawaihae, with this many canoes in the race, there could be a lot of points up for grabs. And we still have a couple more regattas before we get all the way to states. So while we're waiting, let's go ahead and see, get some random paddlers from this event, Girls 13. And we're still waiting for them to line up. We only have one canoe out there, and we know there's a lot coming, so. So with all these paddlers, let's just run through some of these. Got quite a list of crews. Different backgrounds. Different levels of experience. Maybe if you get lucky, you'll see somebody you know. It's basically a lottery out of all these crews. We got 11 crews out there. That's 66 chances. 1 in 66 that specific paddler is going to come up. It's always great when I see familiar names pop up, because I know their kids are out there joining us for this sport, enjoying the day out here, getting in the koa, paddling together. That's how we do it. Come out here to have fun. And it's great we get to do it as a community, and we get to have all the racers from Kona come over. And I know it's a long drive, but we appreciate all you guys coming here, supporting Puna Canoe Club, supporting all the keikis out on the water. Maybe you're even racing yourself. That's awesome. So if you're not down here, come on down. Just check it out. We have a lot of vendors. We got Puna Canoe Club doing a fundraiser for their long distance team. Those races are not cheap. Between getting canoes, getting an escort boat, flights, housing, what adds up fast. Every little bit helps. We're starting to get bigger crowd head towards the start line. Let's go check it out, see what we got. Let's just go look at the start line. So we got 11 canoes out there. Girls 13 event. Chilly day to be a boat holder, but we're getting a lot of shifty wind. You know, we're getting a funny direction from Mauna Kea right now. So these kids are lucky though; they're going the right way. We get a little push. Let's see how we're doing. Oh yeah, we're all getting lined up. Just got to get a couple canoes out there and turned around. See how much we can zoom in on these crews. So they're navigating these wakes. Nobody wants to huli. It's that drunken steering here again, because my controls are all reversed. Looks like Hoemana's lined up ready to go. Next to them, Keaukaha. And we're just about ready. Let's take a look at the full lineup out there. We're just about ready. Alright, so we got our drone out there, out on the outside where we're looking in from the inside, your view on the left. So we should have 11 canoes out there. I think we're going to have a good race. The top 4 are all competing. Some big points in this event. I think we're all lined up. Let's see the start boat thinks about this. Yeah, they look all lined up to me. Let's see if we can get our start boat underway here. Oh, maybe we got one more canoe coming out. They're right in the middle of the race course. So yeah, it's gonna be a few seconds while they make their way. Alright, so you can see them now. Getting ready to line up one more canoe. Just put up the lane slide again, just as a reminder, since we're both looking at the same view on both cameras. Because we've got a lot of crews to watch out there. So we're starting from the inside, it's lane 1, working all the way out to lane 11 on the far side. Got paddles up. Right, look at them go. All right, that was girls 13. We're just checking out the crowds as we do a flyby. You can see all the different teams, uniforms, tents, canoes. As we get set up for our next event, it's going to be boys 13. Alright, so let's see. I think we have some more results. We do. We have results for the mix already. That was a big event with 11 canoes. Well, let's see how those results come out. And we did have one scratch. ʻEhitu managing to pull in 12 points on that race. Kawaihae, KEAWE, and Laka right behind them. Good job, crews. So as we get ready for this next event, Boys 13, let's take a quick look at the standings for this event. See how things lined up. We don't have an undefeated team, but ʻEhitu has pulled out 6 more points ahead of Keaukaha and Kawaihae, who were both battled for second. With Hui Waʻa at 26 points. So, you know, top 4 could be anybody's game. Let's take a look at the crews out there. These crews are still lining up. You know, let's just pay a little tribute to our host club. This is a compilation done by Gavika Sing Song. He's a local videographer. Does a lot of filming for paddling, various events around the island, including runs, animal rescues.
A to the L to the O to the H and the A. Listen up, island people, to the sweet island reggae. When you tune to the beat, the sound gonna get you in the groove. The lyrics hit hard, you feel the G and the rhythm, they make you wanna move. Skanking on the floor, you lose your body to the beat. The majestic sounds all around make you wanna move your feet. So listen up, you want need to hear me now. The magic beat like a king coming fast, pow, pow. I wanna make you move your body real good like this. Dance, dance, bend your knees, add a twist. Mix the old school rhythm with that new age sound. Let the dance all feel, lift you up and jump around. Naughty, 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 get up and dance at this party, party. Hello, a reggae, reggae, let it go, let it flow. No need to take it slow. Naughty, 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 get up and dance at this party, party. Hello, a reggae, 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 yeah. No matter where you are, any day, even on the beach with your toes in the sand, you can turn up the sound and dance to the rhythm. Let me take you by the hand. In the car, at your house, in the yard, any place. This rhythm, let's put the
1, 2, 3, pull up! 1, 2, 3, pull up!
you wanna dance. A to the L to the O to you in the groove. The lyrics hit hard, you feel it, G and the rhythm, they make you wanna move. Skanking on the floor, you lose your body to the beat. The majestic sounds all around make you wanna move your feet. So listen up, you won't need to hear me now. The magic beat like a king coming fast, pow, pow. I wanna make you move your body real good like this. Dance, dance, bend your knees, add a twist. Mix the old school rhythm with that new age sound.
All right, so that's a thank you to our hosts, Puna Canoe Club. So we're getting ready for our next event coming up here. This is the women's Novice B race, still quarter mile. They're all getting lined up. Let's take a quick look at our schedule. Novice B races are always fun because these are going to be our future paddlers as they progress in their experience. It's always good to see what kind of teams are coming up. Let's take a quick look at our crew spotlights. We have a pretty full race. It's always a good sign. We got a lot of novices. Oh, my apologies. I got ahead of myself. This is Boys 13. So, Boys 13 race. Let's run through this cruise real quick. All right, these crews are getting lined up. We've got 2 more coming out. A pretty full event with 9 canoes out there. Let's just quickly pull up the standings for this event. Get an idea who to watch for. So we got ʻEhitu, Keaukaha, Kawaihae, and then Hui Waʻa. So far in this event, they've been doing really well, but those things could change. You know, a couple more regattas still to go as we try to get our points all sorted out before states. Let's just throw up a few crew members. Oh, and we are underway. All right, Boys 13 is underway here. They are pushing hard. I can hear the crowd cheering already. They're just getting off the line here. And it is a tight race. We've got 4 canoes just running parallel. And then second place, 2 canoes and another 2 canoes battling for third. So this is going to be a good race out there. This is just a crazy race. All these canoes just within a few lengths of each other. Let's see what we got coming in here. Look how tight this race is. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wow. That was a tight race. Good job. That's some paddling right there. These kids are really going. Okay, now I can get myself back on track. So let's see what we have before we go to Women's Novice B for results. We have Girls 13 results. That's event 10. Let's check those results out. Let's just see what we got. So for Girls 13, yeah, a couple of DQs there. I don't know where I was. I missed those. One looks like maybe a wrong lane. The other one was flag on the turn or flag at the start. That's Girls 13. That was a full race. It was a full 12 points if you could pull a win off in that one, what KEAWE did. Keauhou was close on their heels. And then the battle for third between Hui Waʻa and paddlers of Laka. Half a second somehow between them. It's an amazing race. Let's see if we have any other results. So we're still waiting on Boys 13 results. So let's just jump to our next event, which is event 12, Women's Novice B. Women's Novice B race. Let's see where we are in the schedule. Okay, Novice B crew spotlights. We got Puna. They're doing well. Nobody's undefeated. I know some of these crews have been doing well this season. I think this is going to be another full race. Watching for the canoes coming out. All right, let's put up the lane slide bar real quick. See what lanes everyone is in quickly in one slide, and then let's take a look at the standings. All right, so we've got 8 crews out there today. Let's see how we're doing for the standings so far. And it is tight. Top 3 are still battling. Only a few points separating them. Let's throw up some backgrounds of who's out there racing today. And these are all Novice B paddlers, so they probably won't have much race history. Sometimes you can do one race and then come back and still keep your status, but that's fairly unusual. But sometimes things happen. Usually you end up in Novice A if you do some paddling and then try to come back. But it's great to have a Novice B year and pull off some wins. A lot of these paddlers are off to a good start. And we're still getting them lined up out there. Yeah, so just so we have a little bit of time, we can take a look at some of the state. All right, sorry about that's interrupted. Let's take a look at so we got for the states in this event. We are still on the wrong event for this. I don't have the results yet. Okay. We will check those results later. But as we're getting ready to go, you know, all our crews out there. Shouldn't be much longer. Okay, we're getting the last of our crews out there now. All right, they're looking good, you know, coming up on the finish line here. Wow, look at that. That is tough. Wow, amazing. That's quite a race. Good job, ladies. Wow. That's what's great about Novice B is they get better and better each regatta. Now, that was a tight race. And it's great to see all these paddlers improving. Good job.
When I'm alone, I'm vibrant. Let the phone keep quiet. It's me time. Cheap wine, OD, nighttime dancing in my socks like it's a headline. Me time, free time, but it.
So all that same stuff applies to men's Novice B. They've been getting faster and faster too as time's going on. We're seeing some of our fastest times as these regattas move along just because they're getting more experience, they're getting more used to each other, their blending is better, the style is better, and these men are lining up. So let's just take a look at who is out there as they're getting set up. Let's maybe just take a quick look at our results, because I think we have results for boys 13 now. Yeah, we do have boys 13 results. Here we go. All right, boys 13 results. All right, let's see if we got any other results that have been published. It looks like we're still waiting on some results. Let's see how some of these results compare to the state's times. So those results versus some of the times in the states from the other islands. You can see pulled off a record. KEAWE guys got the 4th time, and Hui Waʻa pulled off the 5th time, set a record. So this is this season's times that are recorded all throughout the state on different islands at different associations, and as regattas go, you know, these numbers jostle around a lot. And, you know, people are paddling in different conditions, different courses, different islands, different canoes. So it's always hard to compare, but it's always interesting to see how things are going compared to the rest of the state. And so, you know, you can see these top times in the states. You know, the first 3 are all held by us on Moku, Big Island. And then we've got Waʻa down there. That's great. Let me see if we still don't have any more results. So let's just take a look at the upcoming event, Men's Novice B, because we do have an undefeated crew, which is really rare in Novice B. Just because there's usually a lot going on. It takes a while to really get the crew working together to the point where you can beat everyone. So this is pretty outstanding, guys, from KEAWE. They've had 9 different members switching in and out and have managed to continue to pull off first. It's 5 so far. So let's just take a quick look at the standings for everybody for this event before we get going. You can see the big gap they've put on. Kawaihae is not far behind. They've been pretty consistent. Waikoloa, KEOUA, Keaukaha. You know, that 3rd place is really up for grabs. So that's a good job. I love watching these novice paddlers. They just get better and better every regatta. You know, I wish I could say the same about myself, but you know how it is. You get older, you get slower. So let's take a look at the crews out there. And of course, for Novice B's, we can't go without throwing up some backgrounds. Even though they're just beginning, pay attention to some of these names because you're going to see them again, I'm sure. I hope they all come back. Novice A and continue on with the paddling. It doesn't matter if you're winning. It's just a good experience. It's a great way to learn, great way to stay fit, great way to make friends. It's always nice to win, but it doesn't always have to be the most important part of it. It's definitely the journey, the experience. It's a surprisingly technical sport. It can take a lot of time to learn, a number of years to really get good at. Not just conditioning your body, but learning how to work with each other, learning how to adjust your technique to match your crew, adjust your timing, learn how to be a flexible paddler, learn how to go with the flow. That all takes time. All right, let's take a quick peek, see how we're doing. Looks like they're starting to line up. We've got one more canoe coming in, just starting to turn. Until I'm getting used to running these controls backwards. I miss my Novice B years personally, but grass is always greener, right? Here we go. Last couple canoes turning. And I think we got our drone up. So we get ready to start this race. Ooh, I can hear these crews going at it from here. They are pushing hard. Let's see if we can get our drone up on them. Look at them go. Alright, so this is Novice B. That's a quarter mile. Been a nice calm day for it. Not much wind. We're starting to see some more current swirls out there from that tide. It's a big one. Alright guys, I hope to see all you back next year as Novice A's. You guys are doing good. Yeah, you can see, these guys have gotten more and more experience, and they're all putting up a fight out there. Wow, look at these guys go. Wow, what a great race. It's looking good. Wow. Oh, it is tight between all of these crews. I love it. All right, so it was men's Novice B. I think ʻEhitu, they did well again. They're going to be the crew to stop next year in Novice A. It's going to have to watch for them. Of course, it's a whole new game when you start mixing Novice A's because you have other 2-year, second-year Novice A's to choose from. So Novice A gets even more competitive. The crews are more experienced. They've worked together for a little bit longer. And it makes a big difference. So our next event's going to be girls 14. But let's check our results. Let's see what we got for results. And we do have Novice B results. Women's Novice B. Let's see how that race turned out. So here we go. Here's Novice B women. Alright, so that's Women's Novice B results. Good job. Now let's just check out who we've got for girls 14. We do have another undefeated crew. Let's just pull up the event schedule real quick. So we're on event 14. This is where we are now, and let's just take a quick look at this undefeated crew here. They've got 5 wins. 5 wins and 8 crew members they've rotated through. Good job, girls. So let's just take a look at the standings for this race, get an idea of where all the competition is. And you can see Kaupua, Kawaihae, and Waʻa. They're all kind of battling up there with KEAWE, not far behind with Hui Waʻa, both tied, just a point behind Waʻa. And even Keauhou and Puna, they've been putting up fights there. You know, they haven't been able to enter all the races, so that kind of affects their overall score. But they've been doing well too, so this could be a pretty exciting race. Let's just take a look at some of the backgrounds. I'm definitely going to have to go back and check how this is pulling up some of the data, because it looks like we're getting a little bit of cross results with other paddlers. So I don't think some of these are coming up quite right. Most of them look pretty good though. It's pretty realistic. Some of them are just more experience too. It's great to see all these repeat paddlers. Okay, we still have a couple more canoes going out. We'll just keep you up to date with some samples of everyone. Lighting's a little tough on the cameras today. It's all kind of backlit, getting a lot of shadows. Fortunately, our drone can move into some good spots. A little bit better lighting than us here on the ground, but if the rain comes in, we can't fly. And this year, it's been pretty dry, unusual. We are getting close here. Let's put up our sidebar here, all the crews. As these girls 14 get ready to race out here. One last canoe lining up. There we go. This last cruise is turning in. And we'll get everything underway. Alright, looks like we're getting ready to go. A race start. Girls 14. It's a big fleet. They're moving quickly down the course. So we're getting a little bit of rain, so get around our drone for the moment. And you have to suffer my backwards controlling. Lots of canoes going for it. Looks like our inside lanes are running pretty good for everyone. I mean, it may look like they're going uphill, but trust me, it's flat. We're moving into the finish area soon. Let's bring them in close. If we had a little bit more time to prepare for this event, I would have figured out a way to get this camera a little higher for everyone. So we get above all the tents and the crowds and the officials. Wow, those are some tight finishes. Wow, good job, girls. That was quite a battle. Wow, everyone finishing close together. A nice race. All right. Well, let's see what we've got for results as we get ready for our next event, which is going to be Boys 14. So we do have the men's Novice B results ready. That was a close race. They were all battling it out together. Let's see what the officials had to say about it. You can see these times are close. Oh, good job. I look forward to next year when they come back as Novice A's. Let's just check how that compares to the state times. I have not looked at the novice times versus the states. Let's not do the tickers though. Let's do results versus the states to see how we're doing versus all the state times that have been recorded. It's like Kawaihae. They pulled off a record today. Look at that. They pulled off the top time. The top 3 times are set. That's pretty amazing. So 1:38:12. Now this new state time for Kawaihae, ʻEhitu, KEOUA, and Opua. 1, 2, 3, 4 top times in the states. Wow! Congratulations. I had a suspicion that that was a fast race. It looked like a fast race, but there you have it. Can't beat that when you're starting to hit the top state times. Okay, so while we're in there, let's take a look now at what we've got for events coming up. Boys 14, then we got Novice B Mix. Let's take a look at the crews because I think it's going to be a bit. They're still lining up. All right, so that's boys 14 that's coming up. And then we've got mixed Novice B and girls 15. When we start hitting event 17, we're looking at the half-mile races. And we've got some shifty winds. So, you know, the wind is still coming off Mauna Kea, it looks like. And the current is still running. So we can see some interesting things happen out there on the water. So here we are waiting for boys 14. Let's run a little homage to the Puna Canoe Club, our hosts today.
A to the L to the O to the H and the A. Listen up, island people, to the sweet island reggae. When you tune to the beat, the sound gonna get you in the groove. The lyrics hit hard, you feel the G and the rhythm, they make you on the move. Skanking on the floor, you lose your body to the beat. The majestic sounds all around make you wanna move your feet. So listen up, you won't need to hear me now. The magic beat like a king coming fast, pow, pow. I wanna make you move your body real good like this. Dance, bend your knees at that twist. Mix the old school rhythm with that new age sound. Let the dance all feel, lift you up and jump around. Naughty, 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 get up and dance at this party. Hello, a reggae, let it go, let it flow. No need to take it slow. Naughty, 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 get up and dance. beach with your toes in the sand. You can turn up the sound and dance to the rhythm. Let me take you by the hand. In the car, at your house, in the yard, any place. This rhythm, let it put us
1, 2, 3, Puna! 1, 2, 3, Puna!
you wanna dance.
All right, Puna Canoe Club, our host today. We're getting our canoes out there. We got 3 still coming out to the line, 4 still coming out to the line. So we got a few minutes here. Let's take a look at these crews that are out here for the Boards 14. All right, 9 crews out there today. Let's just take a quick look at our undefeated Boys 14. ʻEhitu. 10 crew members have paddled in this event, and somehow they've managed to pull off 5 wins. Congratulations to you guys. Let's take a look at our standings too, see how this compares. And as you can see, that second place spot, that's like a 4-way tie almost. This is going to be an exciting race. You can just tell by how close these numbers have been for the last 5 regattas, which that is just incredible. So I look forward to seeing this one. As we get our canoes out there, still lining up. Let's throw up some backgrounds. We're getting close to starting. We got a couple canoes still turning. But our start boat looks eager. I think we're going to have to switch here, go live, because they are ready to go. I got paddles up. And here we go. A lot of excitement on shore. These boys are moving those canoes. These inside lanes are getting a little bit of a gap. I think there could be a possible current advantage for some people. Let's get a little bit better look here from up above. Coming about midfield here. It's still running on the inside. Looks like it's lane 2. Just slightly ahead of lane 1, followed by lane 3. Canoes on the outside. You'll be able to see that perspective now. The inside is running just slightly faster, but this outside canoe here, Keaukaha, looks like they're doing pretty good. They're battling there for second. We're going to need to rely on the finish cam some to help us out there. These canoes are moving fast. Yeah, ʻEhitu really put a gap on everyone there. You can see why they've been doing so well this season with their undefeated crew. But look at that. 2nd place, 3rd place, 4th place battle. That's amazing, boys. You guys are doing great. Proud of yourselves. Good job. Not easy moving a 400-pound canoe. You can see the rest of our crew's getting ready to come out. Crowd's only getting bigger as the day goes on. So if you're in the area, come down to Hilo. Help support Puna Canoe Club. They're doing some fundraising for their long distance team. And it's a good chance just to come down and see all the action live. I mean, you get the best views here with this drone, but let me tell you, it's fun to see in person. You get all the action, the crowds, the excitement. Camera doesn't capture everything. It's worth coming down to check out. Okay, we're getting ready for our next event, event 16, which is the Mixed Novice B. But before we do that, let's see if we've got some results. I think we do. We have girls 14 results. Let's put those up on the screen. So girls 14. A lot of canoes in this race. So a lot of points if you can pull off a first. You can hear the music in the background from the announcers. Hopefully they're not bleeding too bad. We're in a little bit quieter place than we have been in the last regattas. Well, it's been really hard for everybody to hear us over the noise, but hopefully it's not too bad. Okay, that's the results from our girls 14. In our next event, Mixed Novice B, and then we're going to start into the half miles. The races get a little bit longer, a little more exciting with the turn. It's a really good day, I think, for paddling. I think we should see some fast times today. Pretty advantageous course and conditions. I think it's going to show up. So let's just take a look of who is out there today. We got Puna, they're in lane 1. Our Mixed Novice B crew. Now this is often a fun race because you usually pick your top 3 from each group of Novice Bs and have them all battle it out together. But it is also a good race to get some experience in. And it's good to rotate your novices through so they can all have the experience of trying it. That's how you build a tough team. Alright, so we've got quite a few canoes, I think, in this race. I think we've only got 2 really lined up so far, so we got a little bit of time. And we will take a quick look at the lineup. I'm wondering if Kailana, they scratched this one. Kailana might not be in. I don't see their canoe out there. Well, let's just take a look at the lane lineup so you can see real quickly who is where. And while we're waiting, let's go ahead and throw up a few of the Novice B mix paddlers. Their race history up here. All right, so don't forget this race could have several contenders. You know, the overall points pretty tight so far this season. We get our mixes lined up. We still have a couple more crews coming out. Need a little bit of time. Take a little bit of a look at these paddlers' history. Again, I expect to see all you guys back next year. Paddling in the A's. Doesn't matter if you're first or last. Just come out here and paddle with us. Alright, I'm going to have to mute this mic. I'm getting so much noise from them. I don't think you really want to hear me talking much anyway. We are getting ready. I think we got our last group coming back up. So let's take another look down there and put our lanes up. Yeah, it looks like we're almost ready. ʻEhitu just getting into position there. Kicking their boat holders out. Puna's ready to rock. Oh yeah, we're all looking good. Hey, we should be going any minute now. Oh, I'm sorry. No, we got one more canoe. Got some stragglers way out there. There, you can see them coming onto the screen to the right there. Then we should be racing. Okay, I see our drone headed that way. Let's just pull up the dual screen. So our drone flies out and we're taking off. There we go, mixed Novice B. Underway here. You can see the battle going on between these crews. It's great seeing their improvement over the years. I mean, no, over the regattas, I should say, because the form, timing, everything has been improving. It's great to see. You can see even better here with the drone view. Putting on the inside there. ʻEhitu. A little hard to see in this light. But you can see these guys are moving and they're just neck and neck. 1, 2, 3, 4, right down the line. Good job, mixed crews. Looks like Puna. I think they're going to hold off the other crews. They're moving up on the finish. It is going to be tight. Wow. Look at that. Wow. It looked like it was the middle lanes there. They ended up pulling ahead there at the last minute. It's sometimes hard to tell from the angle of the drone when we're flying. That was a tight race. It was good to see how much these novice crews have progressed since the first regatta. All right, well, we got boys 14 results now. That's event 15. Let's throw the results up from that race. We had 8 crews out there. That was an exciting race. We had some pretty good times again. With KEAWE with the large 10-second gap. Starting to wonder if they have a motor in their canoe. Those guys are really moving today. And they have been the last few regattas. In fact, let's just take a look at the results versus states. Let's see if one of those crews is up there. Because I feel like they should be with those kind of times. Yeah, KEAWE. KEAWE claimed the number 2 time this today in states. The previous number 2 time being 1:45, their time at 1:42 smashes up into the state times for the season. Good job. And now as we get ready for this next event, girls 15, let's just take a look at the crews that are coming up. All right, another full event. Lots of points. Girls are lining up, getting ready. Let's just take a quick look at everybody that's in this race again. Find your club and get ready to cheer as they line up for the first half mile of this afternoon. Almost afternoon. It's almost noon right now. And let's throw up some backgrounds because we do have an undefeated crew here with this KEAWE team. Which, while they're still lining up, I should throw that up real quick. 5 wins. 8 crew members. Now let's take a look at the standings, see what everybody's up against. Kawaihae not far behind, 5 points. Hui Waʻa and Puna, followed by Keauhou. They're doing not too bad. I mean, all those teams could easily get into third. With a little bit of luck in this race with so many points, you might be able to bump yourself up even higher. I think the teams here are going to be very competitive. They're still lining up. We still got a couple more to get out there. Let's just take a look at some of the crews. So there's a little bit of strange wind blowing. I think we might see a little bit more drizzle. Hopefully we have enough clear weather to get our drones back up as we get a couple more canoes moving in. The next time we set up for this course, we're going to have to figure out a way to get our cameras just a little bit higher. You know, of course, we set up in the dark, we put everything up, and then all the tents appear. And we thought we had it figured out, but you can see we need a few more feet to see all these crews. Well, we've got some good experienced paddlers here in the girls 15. They prepare themselves for the half-mile race. Let's see, just in case it rains, I'm going to see if I can bring the other cameras around a little bit more. Cover a little bit more of the race. You can see how long this course is and how it's kind of difficult to cover. We have a little bit of a problem with the sunlight, so you're going to see a lot of shadows. It'd be hard to see your favorite team. But they are lined up and getting ready. I think we still have another club coming out. It's taking a little bit of time to get everybody lined in. See, there's a little bit of onshore breeze starting now, at least at that end of the course. Down here, still a little wind off Mauna Kea, which is to our west, rather than the north where it's kind of blown from down there. That's usually a sign that we might have a little bit turbulent weather. Maybe a squall or two might work its way inshore. It's hard to tell. But we're ready for this half-mile race to get underway. This is one last canoe coming in. And here we go. All right, it's underway. Let's see if we can follow it a little bit through these tents. We got them coming down the course. Let's line up midway, see what we can get. That outside lane is really moving. Here they come down the course. Once they get about midfield, we'll have a good idea of how they're lining up together, but you can see it's packed tight. Yeah, it is packed tight. They're pushing. Looks like ʻEhitu might be in the lead there. Second, third, fourth, fifth, not far behind. As we start to get into our first half-mile turns of the day. Let's jump down to the end here. Let's catch these girls on the inside. You can see them turn. They're coming into the turn now. As they start to approach, we'll pull back a little bit just so you can get a view of the field. Here we go, lane 2, hard in the turn. Lane 3, lane 1, hard on the turn. Lane 4 coming in, 5 coming in. On the outside, they're still coming down. Let's see how this goes for lane 2 here. And they have definitely gained. It is going to be a battle for this cruise. Look at this. This is going to be a battle to the finish. Wow. Let's pan back a bit and see how the rest of the crews are doing. Lane 1. They're pushing. They're so close, anything could happen here. Definitely insides and moving today. We're seeing some fast times for these guys. Yeah, they are moving. Let's see if we can catch them down on the finish. All right, so here we are on the finish. I wish that tent wasn't there. We get a little bit more action for you guys, but they are hidden. These inside paddlers are really moving those canoes down. Wow. Wow. That's a great race. Very tight there. I don't know how you judge that one. And lane 1. A nice race, ladies. Wow. It's great. All right, congratulations. This is a good race. You can tell by that spread of times that technique and practice and blending can really pay off. You know, it's not just about moving the paddle through the water. You got to work with your teammates. You got to work with the canoe. You got to find the right course. You got to work together at the right time, and it makes a huge difference. Just over that half mile, you saw the type of gaps that changed. But, you know, people shouldn't be discouraged because it does take a lot of experience and practice and trust in each other's crewmates to pull off large wins like some of these undefeated teams today. Right, so I'm sure we got some results here. Yeah, we got Mixed Novice B results. That's event 16. Take a look at that before we move on to the next event, which is going to be 18, boys 15. So results from Mixed Novice B. I hope you're not hearing too much of that background music because YouTube really doesn't like that copyrighted stuff. So let's let's mute it a little bit. Yeah, but look at those times. Look how close they were together. That was an exciting race. Those are pretty quick times for Novice B. So just for the fun of it, let's just see how that looks compared to the state. We put up the state times. We're still looking at almost we're 0.34 seconds behind for KEAWE. They almost got into the top 5, but you can see number 1 is still 8 seconds ahead. That was ʻEhitu. So they've held on to their record from that previous regatta. So just like girls 15, boys 15 is another half mile. Let's take a look at the crews here because we do have an undefeated team. ʻEhitu, I'm going to guess they picked lane 2. Yeah, there they are in lane 2. We'll take a closer look at them and the standings in a minute. Let's just see who is paddling in this event today and how many crews we have. Alright, so those are our crews for today. Let's take a look at the undefeated group from ʻEhitu. 8 core crew members for boys 15. 5 wins there. Now let's look at the standings and see what kind of gaps we're talking about. So 8 points, 11 points, and 18 points all the way down. So Keaukaha has done well considering they had a puka. They're number 3 points. So, it looks like battle for second. Definitely up for grabs. And somebody may be pushing for first. You just never know what can happen. Let's just take a look at some of the backgrounds of our guys here today. You're starting to see more and more race experience. Just a reminder that if you're in the area, come on down. We've got lots of treats and stuff for you. We've got fundraisers from the various clubs. They're trying to do their yearly events like the long distance or raising money for the states race, which is in Oahu, and it costs a lot to send our crews and canoes over there to race. So if you're in the area, come on down. Check out some of the things they're selling. We got ice cream, we got snacks. They've got all kinds of activities too. If you want to join in, either in the water or on the beach. All right, looks like we're about ready to get this event started. All right, so let's see. I think we have our drone out there. I think the weather's calmed down enough. Let's take a look at some of our crews. A bird's eye view. As all these crews get lined up, their boat holders are trying to keep them behind the lines. There's a terrible feeling when you're holding a boat for a canoe and that crew gets disqualified. You can see there's some people pushing the boundaries here. You know, sometimes a little margin of safety is a good thing. Looks like we're all doing okay, though. We're all getting ready to line up. Okay, and there they go. They're doing fast start off of this line. We move to the drone because I just can't keep up with them with the camera. Look at the wakes these guys are making. I'll just put in a little slow-mo for you so you can see. It's awesome. And here they come down the line. And on the mid-course, you see some of our outside crews are doing really well. You see this view from the outside and view from the inside. I would say our reigning champs have already put a canoe length there with KEAWE moving. Let's catch these guys in the turn. All right, double uni, right back around. Nice. Out of the turn as lane one next to them moves in. A little bit of uni. Pull themselves around. Nice. Working together well there. Let's run back to mid-course and see what we've got. I think we're behind KEAWE, who is further down course. They are tough to follow. They're all moving so fast. Let's switch to drone and the finisher and see what we can get. See the crews are coming down. Keep an eye on that line. Boys 18 making waves out there. Look at them go. They are approaching the finish line here. KEAWE's having a strong finish. We got good form. They're working together. Now, here they come. Boom. They put quite a gap on the fleet there. I'm pretty sure they're going to States. Give the other islands a run for their money. Good job, KEAWE. Here we go. Second. Third and fourth. It's hard to tell where Keaukaha was in that one. Oh, good job, guys. Looks like we got some rain moving in. Better get our drone back home. It's making a run for it. This is the reason why we have these land cameras. They may not be the best, but they can give us coverage, and we don't have to worry about crashes all the time. Sometimes the airspace gets a little crowded too. Now you can usually bet on rain here in Hilo. A little bit of squall. It's a light one. I don't think it'll last too long. You got to keep all your equipment covered and try not to lick or shoot yourself while you're out here too, which is something you don't even think about when you're out there canoe racing. Yeah, so the race we got coming up next is the Girls 16. That's event 19. Let's just run through a little bit of housekeeping here. How we doing? All on the division points, right? 3 divisions. All our clubs are competing today. ʻEhitu still converting a lot of those races to points. Opua, same thing. Nava's doing well too. Let's take a closer look at the top 3. You can see these points are still pretty tight. Same for Division AA. We still have a lot of races remaining though. We're slowly coming up on half event mark, which is event 22. And let's just look at a quick point summary of all the clubs together. Looking good, guys. See, I haven't checked the chat in a bit. Let's see what you guys are up to. All right, it's always good to see some activity in the chat. It's a live chat, so if you're out there, you're watching. You can cheer your teams on, and if I remember, I'll get you up on the screen. And we still got a little time here between races, so let's take a little look at our next set of crews that are coming up for Girls 16. Alright, so the Girls 16 race. Got 10 canoes out there. Here's the lineup here. In case you can't see it over our chat box, but we'll bring it back up later too. But we do have Opua, and it's an undefeated crew. 5 Regattas in, 5 wins. Almost the same crew every time. Congratulations. Well, we're going to see some future hammers out there. I can't wait to see what the future brings for some of these paddlers. It's great to see. Let's take a look at the standings real quick. Let's take an idea of how close we are together. Wow, this grouping is pretty tight. So 10 points with Opua. You know, with all their wins, that adds up. But that gap, you know, between second, third, that is tight. Look at that. 40, 37, 31, 27, and then all these 22s. So we've got a lot of good paddling in here. You can see there's some pukas in some of those clubs, but they're still doing well. So it's really hard to get good standings if you end up with a 0 because, you know, you have a team member that couldn't make the regatta, or, you know, you had a lot of graduation ceremonies early in the season a lot of people couldn't come to. So it is hard to make that time up, but you can see some of those clubs are doing well. Now let's just take a random look at some of our paddlers in this event. Girls 16. They're starting to get lined up out there. I should probably pay attention. You know, they're still lining up. We can take a little bit longer look here. Some of the other paddlers in this division. You can see we're getting more and more experienced hammers. 49 races. That's amazing. 16-year-olds, 30, 40 races already experience. That's pretty amazing. We still have a couple canoes coming out. Looks like Keaukaha's got to spin them around. Let's go ahead and get ready here. Let's take a look at our lineups and our crews. We got a little bit of rain. I don't know if we'll be able to fly the drone, but it is light, so it looks like we're gonna get some aerial footage. We'll just bring that up so you can get an idea of the course from the sky. Oh, and we are underway. Look at them go. There you go. That's a great view of these paddlers coming down the course now. The first of 2 legs on their way to the turn. All right, they're starting to come into the turn here. There we go, lane 2. Quick rotation, already out of the corner. Lane 3 on the green flag, also quick. Good turns today from everyone. Yeah, we're starting to come midfield here. One, two, three in hot pursuit. 4, 5, and 6 with the rest of the fleet battling out on the outside. They're bringing them home. There's Opua right there. They're moving nicely. Got good technique, solid paddling. It's giving them almost a canoe length gain over their second place. They're looking really solid. Let's bring up the finish here so we can get an idea. They're getting close. There we have it. Oh, that was a fast race. I think we're going to see some good times from that race. Some fast crews out there. I'm sure we got some results to check out here. As we get ready for event 20. Event 20's boys 16. And in that event, we've got another undefeated crew. But before we get to that, let's just check our results. We got several sets of results. We got girls 15 results. Let's check out girls 15 results here. I think we have boys 15 results as well. Let me just shift out of the view of our drone there, so we'll finish these results for the girls 15. Look how tight some of those times were. Not even a half of a second between them. Some exciting races. Let's see, boys 15 from event 18. We got the results here for these guys. Looks like Keaukaha hit a flag, which is unfortunate. They had a pretty fast time there at 4:12. ʻEhitu screaming along at 3:45, which makes me want to check the state's results. That's a pretty quick time. Yeah, that's what I thought. ʻEhitu broke the into the top 3 from that race. They were the only crew to break into the top 5 on the state times. Good job right there at 3:45. And let's see if we have any more results ready. No, not quite yet. Well, let's talk about this next event, boys 16, because we have another undefeated crew. 10 crew members have managed to push that canoe across the line first 5 times in a row. I don't even know how they do it. That's just impressive. Let's just check out the standings for this race too, you know, because when you get an undefeated crew, sometimes they dominate. But you can see here, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th are all right there within reach of each other. So there could easily be some shuffling of those positions next couple regattas, including Moku's, you know, the championships before we go to states. So we still have 3 more chances for these crews to shuffle their positions. Let's just take a look at who's out there today.
Sweet island breeze, the ocean's crystal waters, as blue as you please. Surfers catching waves, riding high with grace. In Hilo Bay, paradise so we embrace. Hilo Bay, oh won't you take me away, where the sun and the sea meet in the most perfect way. Hilo Bay, let's dance under the golden rays, in this tropical paradise where worries never stay.
All right, so with that said, let's just take a couple random paddlers from this group. Even though we've got an undefeated crew, we've got a lot of tough paddlers in this division. Boys 16, you know, they do have a mix of experience. We got lots of new paddlers as well as experienced paddlers. We start to line up out there. We still got a few more canoes. We got 9 of them out there and only 3 on the line so far. So let's just keep taking a look here. What else we got? 58 races. That's impressive. I love seeing all this paddling. Boys 16. This is usually an exciting race too. You saw how close a lot of those clubs were between points. By the time they get to the 5 regattas under their belt, it just gets tougher and tougher. Let's take a quick look at how the clubs are doing. All right, let's take a look at their division points real quick. All right, well, that's good. I don't know if you can hear all this noise in the background, but we're going to try to conduct this race either way. So, boys 16. Let's see who we got out there. 9 crews. Find your team. Pick your lane. They are getting ready. You should see some racing. We keep getting splashes of rain, but our drone is braving it. So let's bring up the drone because they've got quite a view out there today. Right off the line. Boy 16, neck and neck. All right, the crews are coming down, approaching the turn. We got a lot of crews neck and neck too. See, I think these are our leaders here coming on to the first corner, lane 2. Let's zoom in and get a close shot as they round the corner. Crossing right there with Keaukaha. Keaukaha boys coming into the corner. We got a nice aerial of them. Let's get them coming around the corner too from the front. All right, good job. Those corners can be exciting. You never want those canoes to hit, but sometimes it just seems like it's a near miss every time. But these boys have skills. You saw how fast they brought the canoe around. Like they could do it in their sleep. All right, we're starting to come up on midfield here. Let's see if we can get a wider view. We got our lane 2 ʻEhitu crew. If the operator could get his stuff together. It's these reverse controls. We keep blaming it on that, but we're doing okay. Here, ʻEhitu. You can see them in the distance in both cameras there. We stay midfield on the left here so we can watch the other crews come along. And there we are. ʻEhitu just closed out the race there with a good 2 or 3 canoe lengths. Nice work, boys. 2 and 3 with Keaukaha their third. All right, doing a good job. Men's is just wrapping up this one race, and all right. That was a good job for those boys. Some tight racing there at the top 3. Half mile and within seconds of each other. So let's see. What we got next is event 21. That's girls 16. I'm sorry, girls 18. Girls 18 event 21. And let's check to see if we have any result updates. We do. We have girls 16 results. So let's take a quick look at those results. So girls 16 here. Another DQ. Well, we're having a tough time today with DQs. It's always frustrating to have your crew DQ because it just throws your whole game off. And it affects your points for the season. So that's girls 16 results, event 19. Let's see how we're doing for time. Looks like they're still lining up out there. Yeah, still we got some time here before we start going into the race. Let's take a quick look at our event progress. Getting close to halfway. All right, girls 18, so we're still waiting on results from event 20 and 21. We're moving along pretty nicely here, 12:30, almost halfway through. And let's take a look at the medal tallies. So you can see why ʻEhitu's been gaining so many points. That's a lot of firsts, 11 firsts for ʻEhitu. All right, medal tallies. Let's just check the weather, see if we've got any updates. I don't think we're going to see much different. No, it's still showing chance of rain, I would say. Even though it says 0. I don't quite believe it, but it does look okay. I think we can keep flying the drone, which is good. Alright, so our next event, girls 18. Girls 18, undefeated crew from Opua. So let's check that out, and let's spotlight the crews here in this event. Let's start with the undefeated Opua team. So they've had 9 paddlers and managed to pull out 5 wins. And while we pull up the standings to get an idea of how tight this whole battle is, you can see 1, 2, and 3, they're really battling, because it's despite all those wins, there's only an 8-point separation, followed by a 1-point separation, and then 5 points. So we should see some good paddling in this event. You know, and the other clubs down there, they're doing okay. They've just had some pukas during this event, so we'll have to see. It's a chance for them to make some points, catch up on some ground. Let's take a quick look at some of the paddlers here. Girls 18 and under, half-mile race. They're all getting lined up still. Again, if you're in the area, come on down, Hilo, and check out everything that's going on down here. There's booths, fundraisers. You check out the paddling. Maybe catch up with some old friends, talk story. Make a day of it. And if you can hear that in the background, you get up and jump and get down. I better mute that so I don't get copyrighted. Okay, I think this might be one of our last crews coming out. Keauhou, but oh, Waʻa is still supposed to be coming out. Yeah, it's possible they could have scratched, but could be waiting for them. 18 under, half mile. This is going to be a fast race. These girls can paddle. Here we go. Fast off the line. In fact, they beat our drone out there. Here they come down the course. Midway, they're all still lined up pretty tight there. No clear breakouts yet. Yeah, just look how good they're paddling. They're all right in there with each other. Almost overlap for every canoe. This is one of those races where the turn can make a big difference. Starting to see a little bit of gap growing. Opua almost a canoe length ahead. And there's a definite battle for second and third. See, they're coming down and approaching the turn. We're going to keep it on the aerial shot so you can get a good view. You see the outer lanes could be running a little slower today as we're starting to get closer to the peak of the current. And here they come into the flag. There we go, lane 2. It's Opua hard on the corner. Sorry about that. Sometimes our network drag is a little difficult. Oh, we just lost them. So let's see if we can get on our main cameras. We're going to bring them back into focus. So they're coming around the turn and they're starting to move into the midfield. Here they come. There's Opua. Chase down, still a battle for second. You can see them approaching. There they are about midfield. Let's pick up the drone and the finish here. We've been plagued with a few network problems this morning. One of the difficulties of running all these cameras on a really low budget and not being able to test them out before you go live. Here they come. Look at that. Easy 2 canoe lengths there. Followed by ʻEhitu. I believe that was Puna there in lane 1. That looks like Keaukaha. Keauhou probably there. No, maybe that's Keauhou there on the outside. Yeah, nice job. Right, and that's a wrap on girls 18. Our next event, halfway, boys 18. So I think we're going to see some more action from ʻEhitu because they have another undefeated crew in this event. You'll see them here. This team has done well considering they've had 12 different members paddling in this canoe for 5 wins. I think that might be a record so far with the number of paddlers still maintaining first place. So let's just check this out. Let's check out the standings for this event. Kawaihae not far behind by 7 points. Kamehameha 1 point behind. Keaukaha with a puka there at 10 points. So, you know, there's a chance that we could see a little bit of shuffling there, definitely for second place. ʻEhitu seems to have been pretty solid so far this season. And let's just take another look at the crews that are going to be out there today. I'm going to guess they're in lane 2. That seems to be their lane of choice. Yeah, there they are. So that's the canoe you want to watch. See how they do again. Okay, looks like we're still going to be waiting a little bit for these guys to get lined up. So while we do that, let's just take a quick look at some of the paddlers in this event, and then we'll check for results. All right, we got one canoe lined up and another one turning. I do believe we have the boys 16 results. So let's check out boys 16 results. That was event 20. We got another DQ. Boy, we're having a hard time with DQs today. Been too busy to catch all of them. Maybe you've seen them on the drone or on the cameras, but somehow I keep missing them. We had another DQ there, so 7 scoring teams there. But let's get back to our current event as they're starting to line up. And take a quick look to see who is where, so you know which lane to watch. We have 5 canoes on the course, 3 lined up so far. It looks like a couple are still headed out. Boys 18, another fast race, just like the girls 18. We got a mix of experienced fast paddlers. And by the time you get to the 5th regatta in the season, things are clicking. So these crews get faster and faster. And it's a lot of fun to watch. All right, here we go. Boys 18. We don't have drone coverage on this one, but we do have tent coverage. So you'll get to see plenty of tents as they paddle down the course. I think maybe for these regattas we should get some clear tents. Might be pretty hot underneath though. Yeah, so that's just a lot of tents. But you can see our team there. Mid-course, how are we doing? We've got a lot of fast paddling. It's hard to keep up with these guys. Just look at that, paddling in unison. These guys have definitely been working on their technique. Look at them go. They are looking good. All right, let's check out the corner. What do we have going down in the corner here? That was a smooth turn. ʻEhitu did not mess around. They're definitely putting the pressure on. They're paddling like pros out there. Unlike my camera work. I swear it's because the controls are reversed. Yeah, we do have a canoe on the outside. We're going to have to switch to our finish camera here to catch these guys because they are just too fast. And of course we have tents. There we go. You can see that canoe on the outside, but the tents are blocking all our inside guys. Let's see how they're doing on the outside. They look like they're just out for a Saturday paddle. Smooth, together. We should be seeing our inside guys appearing shortly. Here they come. That's their 6th win. Unofficial, of course. Congratulations to the outside crew. I can't quite see who they are. Oh, it's a battle. Wow, 1 and 2 right there. It was a good effort. You can tell these guys are working hard. Looks like Keaukaha there with Puna. Nice racing, guys. Alright, so let's see here. What do we have for results? So we just did results for the boys 16, and now we have girls 18 results ready. So let's see girls 18 results before we move on to the mix, because the mix race is up next. This is the girls 18 results. You can see the gap there that Opua put on ʻEhitu. It was like a 12-second gap there. And then we definitely had some competition among the ranks. And now let's see here. We got mix 18 coming up. Event 23. But then we're going to start moving into Novice A's. Let's just take a look at the crews while they line up. All right, looks like a full race here for the mix event. Mix event, you usually put in your top 3 from the boys and girls crews and let everybody battle it out on the course together. Let's see. It looks like ʻEhitu has definitely done that, because guess what? They have another undefeated group, and you can see that there's 13 people they've moved around. They definitely have a deep team this year, able to pull off a lot of wins and maintain some undefeated crews, even with this many different paddlers having to circulate in and out. But let's just see how close everybody is. Yeah, they do have a good gap, but you can see second and third within a point of each other. And you can also see fourth and fifth within a point or two. You can see both those teams have had pukas in the past. It does make it hard to catch up, but they are holding their own. And we do see a lot of clubs in this event, which is great. And the more clubs we get out there, the better. You don't have to be the fastest, you just have to paddle. All right, while they're still lining up, let's take a quick look at some random samples of these crews' experience. And it looks like we're out of drone batteries at the moment, so we're going to be trying to chase them around a little bit with the cameras as we watch these crews paddle. Well, we're getting closer. It looks like we still have one more crew to fill in out there. Oh yeah, here they come. I think we're getting close. All right, one more coming in. Hopefully you don't hear too much background noise. It's really loud where I am, but I don't know how much is bleeding through. I know that can be annoying when you hear multiple musics in the background. I know we have our own live stream music going too, just to kind of muffle out some of the background. Hopefully it's not too annoying as we move along through this race. I think we just got the one canoe. I see their boat holder. Yeah, here they come. Keaukaha sliding in there. And we get this race underway. Just going to flash the lanes up here real quick for you guys to make sure you know who to watch, because there's a lot of them out there. 11 crews. And this is going to be a fast event, so don't blink. Alright, I don't know what we're waiting for, but I'm getting just as anxious as they are. Looks like one of the canoes is backing up. Maybe they're in the wrong lane. They're trying to recover before their time limit. Yeah, it looks like they were in the wrong lane. Now they're trying to swap spots. It looks like they were supposed to be on the outside. Let's take a quick look at the lane lineup and see where they are supposed to be. I think they're supposed to be in lane 10. Alright, well, we should see them pulling up again. It looks like we still have a puka. I don't know if we're waiting for another canoe as well, or if it's just my bad eyesight. Oh, a little late on the line there. You can see them struggling to catch up with these hammers going. Yeah, there they are, right into the tents. Direct hit. Let's see if we can catch them coming on the outside. ʻEhitu doing well on the inside. All right, let's switch to the midfield camera. double check. We do have the drone up, so you know there's nothing like good aerial view of what's happening. As I drive the camera the wrong way. Here we are, about midfield here. You can see lane 2 pulling away. But there is a hefty battle going on between all these crews. Very impressive. Look at all those canoes. Yeah, wow, look at them go. That's amazing. You know, KEAWE's really doing a good job of holding the ground that they gained off the start. They're starting to approach the turn here. Let's check them out on this corner. There they come. Nice clean corner. And they are out first. But everybody is in hot pursuit. A little wide on lane 1, but they are coming. And you can see the crews on the outside. They've all managed to turn. Everybody's in pursuit. Well, we do have one crew on the far outside, the crew that got the late start. They are still trying to make it to the corner. It's good to see them keep pushing. Even if you get a late start, just keep pushing. You never know what could happen. You might end up having a phenomenal run. That's a good job. Let's see if we can switch here to the drone. And you can see there that gap that ʻEhitu has managed to put on the rest of the fleet. With the inside lane looking like they're holding their own there in second. But it can be hard to tell. You know, and that's why we need that finish line. And it helps if our finish line is at the finish line. You can see that they still got a ways to go, but they have a good gap, and here they come. I would say they unofficially pulled that one off for sure. I'm getting some interference on this camera. Right behind them, right there. Oh, sorry, we got some glitches here with this. Let's just switch to the drone while the camera resorts itself out. There's the 5th place, 6th place finishers. And then we have, I think, a couple more on the outside there still finishing. Let's risk it and see if we've unfroze, and we have not unfroze. Alright, well, there's our last crew coming across there. I believe that's our last crew. Yeah, flag down. Alright, well, that was our Mix 18 race. KEAWE managed to secure their 6th win. I mean, that's unofficial, of course, but that was quite a gap. I don't see any black flag up, so I don't think any protests or DQs were underway. So let's see, we're in event 24. Now we're into women's Novice A. And while we're waiting for Novice A's to line up, let's take a look at our overall points so far for each division. KEAWE still a strong lead. Opua and KEOA and Hui Waʻa, they're tight. So AAA division, pretty big spreads between all these clubs. You know, you get a few scratches and it can throw things off for you. Look how tight that is. The top 3 within 9 points of each other. And here we go. Wow, look at these guys are tied for first. You know, got some DQs. You see some scratches in there. All those things can add up when you're trying to make points against some of these teams who field a lot of races. And you can see that just in the point summary. You know, it comes through pretty clear who's been able to fill a lot of races and podiums. Yeah, it's pretty good. Let me just check on the tides. I think we're getting close to the peak time here for current, about noon. Yeah, I mean, we should see the current dropping down a little bit soon as we approach slack at 2:35. So, you know, it'll be interesting to see if we notice any time changes. So now we got the women's Novice A lined up. Out there coming out. Let's take a look at the crews. All right, so this is our women's Novice A. You know, they're starting to line up here. Let's take a quick peek at all 9 crews that are out there. Find your crew's lane you want to cheer for. Commit that to memory, because now we're going to go and take a quick look at some results. So last results we looked at were girls 18, but we have boys 18 now. We have their results. That was event 22 for boys 18. And that was a little bit shorter race. We only had 5 canoes in that race. But we had some fast times, and I'm suspicious that KEAWE may have made a mark on the state records for this season. Sure enough, they got a number 3 time in the state, 3:34, right behind the 1 and 2 teams from Kauai. For whatever reason, they seem to have a little bit faster times over there. I don't know if their course runs a little better or what, but every time I look at these states results, those guys usually post times that are hard to beat. But that's good job to KEAWE. They climbed in those rankings pretty quickly. Let's see, we still got these canoes lining up out there. Let's go ahead and get ready for them while we look at a few of the details of some of these paddlers out there. Right, looks like we're getting close. Yeah, paddles are up, at least on a couple of canoes. And we got Keaukaha, a little slow to line there on the outside. Starting to get a little more wind, a little bit of rain, maybe another wet patch coming in. I think we're getting close. We still have a canoe moving in. You can see them on the screen to the left there. Okay, everybody's waiting. Here they come in the background, outside lane. Should be getting started soon. And there we go. Here we go, they're starting to move downfield on the course with women's Novice A. Getting close to the midpoint here. And you can see they're all pretty even. Okay, we're coming up on some of the first of the turns. Double kahi. Good spin. All right, that was lane one. Let's see how the others are doing. Lane two already out. Lane three out. Lane four out. Oh, looks like lane five. Yeah, it looks like lane five moving. Oh, maybe lane seven too. As they start to move midfield, we'll get a better idea how they're lining up here. The wind is starting to pick up out here. Here they come. Looks like ʻEhitu is still managing to squeeze ahead. But it's 1, 2, 3 right there. 4. Everybody's racing their own race, battling each other out there. Let's widen the view here. Let's see if we can see around this tent at all. See if we can see our finishers coming through. And it looked like ʻEhitu is on the inside there. We should be seeing them appear. Let's can see them just on the edge of the course there. Should be coming into view here momentarily. And there they are. And they do have a lead there. Yeah, unofficially. That was quite a race. All these inside boats, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, good job, ladies. That's women's Novice A finishing up here. Just keep battling all the way to the end. Good job. You can probably guess if that was women's Novice A. Men's Novice A is next. We're moving through these events pretty well. 1:15, event 25. Moving to men's Novice A, and we do have another unique thing for novices. We have another undefeated crew. But before we get to that, let's just see if we have more results. And we do. We have results from mixed 18. That was event 24. So a couple events back, mix 18 results. There were a lot of canoes in that race. And you can see the separation was tight. And KEAWE with a fast time there, 3:52. I don't think that's quite enough to start making state rankings on that, but we can check it out. Let's just see if they happen to break any state times. Oh, they did. Look at that. Another top 3 time. So at 3:52, that put them in top 3. With Kauai and Oahu clubs chiming in there in the top 5. Wow, good job, guys. That was a fast race for them. So we're getting ready to line up for Novice A's. Let's just do a quick check on event progress. So where we are. Still waiting on results for the women's Novice A, and we're getting ready to run the men's Novice A race. And while we're waiting, let's just see if anybody's alive out there in the chat world. And I'm just going to do a little housekeeping here. I'm going to run the Novice A cruise. While that runs, I'm going to sneak out and grab my lunch. Okay, that's enough of that slide. All right, let's see, where are we here with men's Novice A. Oh, they're lined up. Looks like we're still missing one or two out there. So let's see. We've got our undefeated KEAWE team. KEAWE here. Wow, 7 crew members. Tight bunch. 5 wins so far. Let's check out the standings real quick before we get going. Yeah, they got a good gap. 6 points. Oh, but look at that, all the way down to 5th. We're looking at some tight racing there with those guys, so that's good. How are we? It's still pulling up. Maybe we could throw up a couple. Couple stats from this crew. Oh, we still got another canoe coming in. Throw up a couple more. Then I do want to put the slide up so you can see your lanes. Let's just do that real quick. Find your club. Get ready to cheer them on. Got 10 of them in this race, so we'll have to choose from. Looks like they're getting settled in. Oh, we got one more. Looks like Keaukaha coming in. And it could be another gap over there. See, these guys, bull holders are lined up, but we are getting ready. Novice A men. Get ready to cheer. These guys get faster and faster every year. And I'm seeing some paddles up. All right. That's the action. Right into the tents again. You can still see a few of them out there. They're starting to move here towards midfield. My zoom is rebelling on me. But you get an idea how far from the action we have to be. Let me see if I can reset it a little bit. They're coming in. Just lost complete control of my camera. I had to reset it. I'm back in action now. Sorry about that. And you can See, we got a tight race there, lanes 1, 2, and 3. Fourth, fifth, and sixth battling out on the outside. And see, these crews are moving. Got all 4 of them. Novice men moving in here. Let's see what happens here at the finish. It's a tight one. It is a tight one. They're working hard. Finish up with some drone shots out there. Better view of those guys. All right, well, there's our men's Novice A. Did a good job out there. It can be a tough race because you have a variety of experience sometimes. Sometimes Novice B guys have to go right to Novice A. You just can't fill out Novice B crews. And sometimes you get experienced Novice Bs move to experienced Novice As, and then their second year Novice A. And you end up with some pretty stacked crews. That tends to be a pretty competitive division. Even though they call it novice, they can be pretty fast. So let's see if we have results from our women's Novice A's. And we do. So let's check out the results from the women's Novice A. All right, that's our women's Novice A results. Let's see if we have any other results we can show you today. Probably a medal tally. We haven't looked at that in a bit. No, sure enough, ʻEhitu has added some. Kawaihae is doing well. A lot of golds for Kawaihae. Let's just roll through them. while they're lining up, let's just take a quick look at the standings for this event. We don't have any one dominant team in here, and you can see the top 4 are just battling it out, and the others, they just mostly have pukas, so they have a good shot at the top as well. So let's keep an eye on Puna, KEAWE, Kawaihae, Kaupua, Waikoloa, Keaukaha, Kamehameha, ʻEhitu. Let's see what happens. Quick sidebar. You can see which crew is where. So you know which lane to watch. Right, looks like Keaukaha is the last to get up on the line here, and should be getting started soon. They pull into lane 5, you can see them sneaking in. Let's just see. So this goes, we're going to split with the drone. And here we go. Right, that was a good start. Here we have the freshman women. Look at all these crews turning at the same time. 4 of them around the mark at the same time, chasing the 4 others down the course. That's some phenomenal padding. Phenomenal paddling, guys. Keep it up. Cheer your teams on. Look at these paddlers push. It's going to be a battle all the way to the end. Let's see if we can take a look at the finish line as well. As they approach the finish line, who's it going to be? There's a big sprint effort going on between these crews. Multiple canoes side by side. Here we go for the leaders. They're coming in. Wow, that was a tight race. Look at the fleet behind them. Wow, they battled for third. Good push. Out there in the distance, we've got these canoes converging on the finish line. Let's see if we can capture it all here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that's a wins, Freshman. That was a great race. Evenly matched crews there. Don't forget to swing by Hilo. Visit these clubs that are doing some fundraising. Support them on their long distance efforts, for their efforts to get to states, as well as just the local vendors who are down here supporting the clubs. You can come down and watch some racing too. Right, while we're waiting, let's go ahead and just run another summary from the Puna Canoe Club in honor of them hosting this regatta for us.
A to the L to the O to the H and the A. Listen up, island people, to the sweet island reggae. When you tune to the beat, the sound gonna get you in the groove. The lyrics hit hard, you feel it, and the rhythm, they make you wanna move. Skanking on the floor, you lose your body to the beat. The majestic sounds all around make you wanna move your feet. So listen up, you want need to hear me now. The magic beat like a king coming fast, pow, pow. I wanna make you move your body real good like this. Dance, bend your knees at a twist. Mix the old school rhythm with that new age sound. Let the dance all feel, lift you up and jump around. Naughty, 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 get up and dance at this party. Hello, reggae, let it go, let it flow. No need to take it slow. Naughty, 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 get up and dance at this party. Hello, reggae, yeah. No matter where you are, any day, even on the beach with your toes in the sand, you can turn up the sound and dance to the rhythm. Let me take you by the hand. In the car, at your house, in the yard, any place. This rhythm, let it put the
1, 2, 3, Puna! 1, 2, 3, Puna!
make you wanna dance.
All right, thanks again to our hosts, Puna. Next week will be Laka. Then after that, we have a little bit of a break, and it's our championships for Big Island. Antimali's Moku Championship Regatta. Don't want to miss that one. That's where you see a lot of amazing paddling, and everybody puts out their best. Try to qualify for states. Try to claim the title for Big Island. Okay, so up next, you guessed it, men's freshman. Men's freshman here. We've got a number of crews paddling. You might recognize some of the names here. There are no slackers. All right, they're starting to line up. Got 3, 4 of our 8. Let's see what the standings look like for this event, because we don't have any single crew dominating. You know, you end up with a lot of fast paddlers in these open events, and it's pretty competitive. So you can see by these points, you know, there's barely an 8-point spread between the top 4, and the others have they have a little bit to go, but not far behind. We've got ʻEhitu, Keaukaha, KEAWE, Puna, all in the top 4 contention in this race. Let's just take a peek at some of the paddlers. You can tell they have a fair bit of experience. 136 races, 108 races. This is where you start to see a lot of the experienced guys, a lot of the fast guys come out in the open divisions. You can see they've been racing for a long time. It shows when they're on the water because they move those canoes. Still waiting a few more canoes to come. Look at this, 229 races. 19 years. That's a lot of paddling. Well, let's see how we're going. I think we're starting to get them lined up. All right, here we go. That's a men's freshman underway. A little bit of trade starting, so they're starting off with a little bit of a downwind push. Makes the turn a little harder when the wind's picking up and we're starting to get a little action down here. No real chop yet. But you can see these guys, they're well matched. Look at them go. Some great paddling by these men. This is another one of those races where the corner can make and break it. Everybody's paddling so tight together here. That corner couldn't have been tighter. All these crews, it was like they were battling in the same canoe. Expertly done. And now it's just a battle back up against the slight winds coming through. A little bit of chop, you can see them bouncing a little bit. It's one of those days where it's tough to be an official. You see a finish like that, all these guys coming in so fast. My guess is we might see some more state times put up on the board from Big Island today. Here we go, we're wrapping up this race, men's freshman. That was a wild race. They were almost stroke for stroke, turn for turn. Okay, well now it's time for some results here. Let's see, we got men's Novice A. Men's Novice A results. Again, this looks like some fast times for the men's Novice A. So let's just check against the state times. Not enough for the state times. We're short by about 7 seconds to even hit the board. But those are some fast times. So let's check out the women's freshman results. That was event 26. Here's results from the women's freshman. Some of the results were within a half second of each other. That was a pretty exciting race. Let's see what we got now. We got women's sophomore. We have an undefeated crew here, Waikoloa. Let's see, we have time to get to them. Yeah, let's do their crews. Let's see who was in the undefeated group. 10 members. I recognize several of their names. Some hammers out there. Let's see how the overall standings are for this event. See what everybody's up against. ʻEhitu, not far behind by 4 points. Waikoloa, only 9 back. And let's see, Kamehameha, not too far, tied with KEAWE. You know, some of those clubs have had pukas, so that's impressive. Look at Waikoloa; they missed the first 2 regattas in that event and managed to pull off wins. You know, and so they still remain undefeated, even though they've only done 3 of these 5 races. They haven't been beat. So let's just check out the crew spotlight, and you're going to want to look for which lane they're in. Looks like we just got ʻEhitu up to the line, and we'll be ready to start this event. Women's sophomore. Still half-mile races, but we will be getting the mile shortly. Okay, there we go. ʻEhitu's sneaking in there. Boat holders racing to get everything stable, and we should be going. All right, it's paddles up. Let's go. Women's sophomore. Everybody's off to a solid start. A little bit of wind from behind. The tailwind blowing. With some trades. Got a good start. Well, ʻEhitu is late to the line, but it doesn't look like they're going to be late to the mark. But all these women are moving. There's hardly a half a canoe length separating them. And they're starting to all move into the corner about the same time. You just look down that line, you can see how even they all are. You do have KEAWE last to the line, but first to the buoy. Look at these canoes going. With some quick turns. Nicely done. They're all on their way back now. Getting a little bit more wind picking up. It's a little chop. A little bit more on the outside. I think the outside lane's got a little bit harder time. You get a little bit of sense of the wind waves kind of moving in here. Coming from the upper left. Sliding the cruise around on the bumps. They're pushing through the wind. It's not too bad, no white caps or anything. Just a little rolly. Canoe tries to slide, and there you can see KEAWE's lead by about a canoe length. Maybe 1.5. They're working well together. Great timing between them. Starting to approach the finish line here, and it's going to be a battle. Second place, whoa, I couldn't tell you. It's going to be a tight one. KEAWE, solid win there. Oh, look how close these canoes are. Oh, all three of those clubs. We still got 4 more out on the water. Really good race. We have a few more canoes finishing out there. Well, you can guess that that was the women's sophomore. It's going to be men's sophomore next. We're up to event 29, 2 o'clock today. Moving along pretty well. I think we got some more results here to check out. We also have a undefeated team Let's just check this out here with the results. So we did women's freshman. We have men's freshman results now. So that's event 27, men's freshman. And yeah, these are some fast times too. We gotta check these against the states as well. I think it's a 3:30 to be in the states ranks now. Let's just check them out. I think the states times are. Whoa! Look at this, 3:19. Yeah, I don't know how that's even possible, but yeah, those are some tough times to beat. So now we got event 29 with the sophomore men. Let's throw up the crews while we wait for them to get up to the line. All right, while they're lining up, let's take a quick look at the standings for this race after 5 regattas. So ʻEhitu in the lead, 36 points with a 27 for Keaukaha, 23 KEAWE. It is interesting that Keauhou came out of nowhere last regatta and took first, making them technically undefeated in this race, even though they missed 4 of them. So it'll be interesting to watch. You know, they're going to be probably fighting hard for their standings. Let's take a quick look at some paddler backgrounds while we wait for them to get all lined up. Okay, looks like we got everybody. And they are off. So sophomore men, event 29 underway. Here they are, sophomore men. This is going to be another high-speed race. Keep your eye on Keauhou, see if they can pull off another win. I'm going to give you a quick overlay. They are in lane 2, and we'll see if they can hold on to their winning streak. Here we are coming into the corners. They are tearing it up out there. Looks like Keaukaha and Keauhou followed by ʻEhitu in a tight battle. It's a sprint back. We do have a crew on the far outside that's doing really well. They're giving them a run for their money. Right, they're starting to move into the finish line area. We're going to see how they do when they get close to the line, because it was a tight battle out there from the aerial overview, and you can see them 1, 2, 3, 4, all neck and neck. Let's see how it is when they come down to the line. All right, with the women's junior, we're going to be up in the 1 mile, so that's 4 laps and 3 turns. The longer race runs about 7 to 8 minutes. And it's a mix of sprint and endurance and pulling yourself around the corner 3 times fast. We do have some results from the women's sophomore. That was event 28. Okay, so now we're talking about the junior race, 1 mile. Let's see what crews we got. Here's the standings for this event, the 1 mile. It's a tough race, and you can see we're tied for first between Puna Canoe and Opua. Kamehameha not far behind. ʻEhitu, Keaukaha, and Keōua. Doesn't look like KEAWE is going to be entering. Let's see if they're on the schedule or not. I thought I saw their name, but they did not enter. So we got 5 in this race. While they get lined up and get ready for a tough run, we'll just take a look at who's out there trying to do the 1 mile race. It looks like these crews are really trying to catch their breath before they get out to the line, face this 1 mile race. But you can see a lot of these paddlers have a lot of experience. I'm sure a little 1 mile race doesn't worry them. Oh, we got one club out there, looks like Puna. Keep pulling up some of these records for our 1 mile hammers. Looks like we might have had a scratch. All right, here they go. Junior women. We got our drone chasing them down on the 1 mile race. Look at them go. Trying to get off to a good start. First to the turn. That's what I like to do in this race. Looks like we got some drone traffic out there. So we got 4 crews instead of 5. We had 1 crew scratch. Keauhou is doing well on the inside here. ʻEhitu trying to take the lead there in lane 3. But this is a long race. You got to be strategic. And you don't want to make any mistakes on those corners. It's just neck and neck here with Puna and Keauhou and ʻEhitu. Keaukaha on the outside. All right, here we come into the corner. Keauhou, quick break and turn. ʻEhitu not far behind them. Puna struggling a little bit to get that canoe around. They're getting pushed by that wind. They're going wide on their turn, and Keaukaha around the corner just coming out. Puna recovered quickly from that turn, and they're moving. They're trying to regain a little bit of time they lost on that corner. Keauhou still trying to push the lead, and ʻEhitu is just staying right with them. I think Puna got that first turn under their belt. I have a feeling they're going to do better on the second one. Surprise us all coming out of this one. There's our drone with a little mid-flight acrobatics for you. Looks like Keauhou is doing a good job at really holding their solid lead. ʻEhitu is just keeping their eye on them. Same with Puna. Nobody's giving up an inch. You have Keaukaha on the outside. This is the upwind leg, so they're going to have to work a little bit coming into this corner. They're going to spin a little bit of wind with them this time. Keauhou again with a really nice turn. I'm sorry, this is KEAWE, not ʻEhitu, KEOUA. Sorry about that, I messed that one up. Sometimes it's hard between the difference between the red and yellow and red and white. have Puna still trying to catch Opua. It looks like they've outpaced KEAWE just slightly. I just got a glimpse off on the right of Keaukaha. It's a long race. You can see they've settled in, but you know they're going to be pushing when they come around this corner. Everybody wants to catch that ride back up and catch Opua. You know, Opua is wanting to hold that lead after all this work. But you know, clubs should be entering this race. We should have more canoes out there. You know, even if you're not going to smash it, this is a good experience. Helps your crew learn a little bit of pacing, how to work together in a fatigue kind of situation. You know, you don't have to win them all, but you know, you should just get out there and try this event. Okay, here we come. This is going to be the last turn here. You can see them. They're going to be tight together coming out. Opua went a little wide on that one, allowing Keauhou to make a move on them. They gained some on that corner, and so did Puna. Looks like Puna had a pretty good turn. They went a little wide to come out a little further down, but they're able to make that work and get some speed out of it without having to slow the canoe way down for a tighter turn. And you can see that turn cost Opua a little bit, but they're pouring it on now. They're not giving up. They've been out here for 3 laps. They're not going to give it up on the 4th. All right, we're starting to approach the finish. You can see that wind has picked up. You know, the little sailboat out there enjoying the regatta. And the wind's picking up, making it for a nice run. Keaukaha is just kind of closing up midfield right now. They're not in view. All right, so we got a little slow motion finish for you guys. As our drone rapidly returns home. It's a good race. See if we can catch Keaukaha out there finishing. Starting to get a little interference. It's hard to shoot signals all the way down the beach, quarter mile through tents and trees and sometimes rain. I may have missed Keaukaha finished. Let me just out. Here we go. All right, ladies, good job. That's what I'm talking about. Everyone should get out there and try this race. It's a good experience. Yeah, so nationally we got men's junior, but let's see during that long race if HCRA has managed to pull up some more results for us. Let's see what we got. We just did results from women's sophomore, and we do have men's sophomore. Looks like they finished those results. So that is event 29, the men's sophomore. That was the half mile race. Nine canoes in this race. Good job. Getting ready for men's junior. Before we get to the men's junior, let's just take a quick look at that race, the men's sophomore versus some of the state's times. So I'm just curious. Oh, okay. We don't have any. So some other clubs don't always run the same races on different islands. So you may not get full results across the state for those races. And some of the events don't quite match up. So could be a problem with my software, or it could be just that they have not run that on the other regattas. But let's get back to the program. Event 31, men's junior. One more mile, then we're into the divisions. Start with the 40s. But let's check out our men's crews for today on the junior race. Another set of names most people will recognize. The two brothers in this race. You cannot have paddled for too long and don't recognize some of these names. Some pretty hefty paddlers out there with a lot of experience, a lot of regatta, a lot of long distance. Been pretty successful paddlers. So we got a short list. I counted that right. Yeah, there were 4. Short list. Yeah, I wish we would get more of these clubs just to get out here and try this race. I know it can be hard sometimes to convince your paddlers, maybe a little intimidated by it, but it's definitely a good experience, and you don't always have to try to be first. You can even be a lap or 2 behind. Just go out there and try it. Do your best. With that in mind, let's just take a quick look at the standings for this event. We've had a few clubs participate in it. We'd like to see more. So ʻEhitu, Keaukaha, and Puna seem to be battling it out here with Kamehameha not far behind. Good to see these guys out there. Let's put up some backgrounds just because there's nobody even on the line yet. So here's one of the brothers paddling today. Keauhou, 58 races. There's some pretty deep pictures of some of these paddlers. Well, as you saw, there's only 4 in this race. And it looks like the top 3 have really been battling it out this season. And we are underway. I think we got our drone. Let's pull our drone in. It's a beautiful day out there. It's kind of the way we like it in Hilo. Partly cloudy, a little bit of sun, a little bit of rain, a little bit of wind. Look at these guys go. They are not holding back. Even though this is a long race, you can see they're pushing. Sorry, I forgot to put the crew ticker up. You can see our crews out there. So lane 1 we have Puna. Lane 2, Keaukaha. And I think it looks like they're starting to settle in a little bit after that thunderous start out of the flags. Puna's getting a little bit of steeper wave there, being on the shallow side of the lanes. We've already got the ʻEhitu, I would say, with Kamehameha coming into the flags 4th, but spinning quickly, and I think they might even beat Puna out. That was a great turn by Kamehameha. I think they gained some ground there. ʻEhitu on the far outside, really setting the pace for this race. But they're definitely in everyone's sights as they work their way back upwind for the 2nd turn. There's a lot of power in these canoes. You can just see the motion as the crews pull together and the canoe surges through the water. You can see, yeah, that was a nice move by ʻEhitu. They caught that little backside of that wave. They're doing it again. Every little bit counts in a race like this. It all adds up, especially when you're paddling against some of these top guys. You can't give anything up. That was really good steering there by ʻEhitu. Let's see what happens as we come into the corner. It looks like Keaukaha and Puna, and then Kamehameha. Really good turns here. All 3 clubs. And Kamehameha right on the flag. Spun that canoe on a dime. It's a lot of deceleration, so you got to follow it with a lot of acceleration to really make it pay off. And these guys have the power to do it. Let's see if we're seeing any jostling in position. I think Puna is pushing hard to catch both those 2 canoes, Keaukaha and ʻEhitu. ʻEhitu, they're up to a good canoe length. If Keaukaha wants to catch them, they're going to have to start pushing now. And they're going to have a great turn. Kamehameha is not far behind. I think they're starting to eye these guys. Digging a little deeper. See what they can bring. Looks like they're bringing the pace up a little bit. Everybody's working hard here. They're trying to get to this last turn. Sprint back home upwind. They're not far from the turn now. Just a couple canoe lengths from the turn. You can see KEAWE starting to line up on their buoy. There they go, they're spinning. Oh, nice. That was really nicely done. Keaukaha a little early on that turn, but they're making it work. Puna coming around, and Kamehameha coming around. And now it's pour on the gas, boys. See if Keaukaha can convert that wave into a little motion. And another one, let's see if they can make it work. They need a few of these bumps just to close that gap. And they are opening up a little bit of a lead on Puna. And they are catching. It's hard to tell. We get a little bit of an angle on this course, but these boys are working hard. They just gotta keep catching those little bumps if they can close that gap on KEAWE. They got the crowd on the feet. There's cheers up and down the beach. It's going to be an exciting finish. I think that lead is going to be hard to catch for Keaukaha, but they are moving. I mean, they are pouring on the power, and you can see it here, how they've managed to close that gap. They're doing an amazing job. They're all working hard together. You can see them digging. I think they still have about a half canoe length to catch Kamehameha by, but they are working hard. They might actually pull it off. Look at this. This is some racing here. You know, it doesn't get better than this. These guys, oh, that's amazing. Wow, what a race. Wow, good job. There we go, Puna and Kamehameha. That is quite a race. If I had my replay working, I'd replay it for you. Okay, I got my heart rate back down after that race. That was pretty exciting. So our next race, we're talking women's 40, starting the division races. Back to half mile. And let's just check out what we have on the lineup for the women's 40. Oh, okay. What's going on, HCRA? I know you. I know there's crews here. Let's give them a try again. Sometimes they get pretty involved in their races, but I'm sure they're ready for the women. So let's just put up the marker here. Now let's see if we got our crews loaded. Okay, we do have our crews. Now let's see if we've got all our paddlers. We still have all our paddlers. I'm not 100% sure what's going on here. Alright, well, let's just give it a little time. And we will put up the results from the previous race while we wait for women's 40 to get set up. Let's see what we got for results. So we did men's sophomore before, and we have women's junior ready. Women's junior results, that was event 29. That was our mile race. Good job to all those clubs. Came out, hammered their way through that race. I love it. Want to see more of it. Get more people out there. Let's go. Yeah, it looks like we had a technical problem with our crews because HRA has published them, but we're not picking them up. So we're just going to have to make do with what we got. Our lane updates are correct, so we'll stick with those. We're getting ready to go. We got 8 crews out there for this event. Check out the standings real quick for this event. We got a pretty tight grouping here, 35, 34, 28, 27 in the top 4. So this is going to be a fun race. And they're underway. Alright. Looks like our drone is not airborne. Let's see what we got out here. You can see all our bull holders' heads. Here they come down the course. They move along quickly, starting to come into the middle of the course. Looks like lane 3. I'm going to go ahead and just put up the crews, even though they're going to be empty at the moment. You can at least see the clubs and the lanes. Oh, they do have they do end up loading. That's good. So here we are coming into the first corner. And we're pretty stacked here. These guys are all one after another coming into the corner. Yeah, you can see them. Looks like lane 2 here, Keauhou. Oh, they're tight though. They're being chased. Both sides. Lane 4 as well. Right on top of them. As they move to the center of the field, we'll get a better idea who's leading whom. Ladies are running neck and neck for first, second, and third, and fourth, with what looks like ʻEhitu there. I missed their canoe number. This is one of those times you're trying to spot the white from the yellow. That could be KEAWE. Puna on the inside there. They're going to be moving into range here on our finish camera. All these canoes are battling out behind the tents where nobody can see them. Let's see if we can spot our leaders. There they are. Sure enough, they held that lead. Nice racing, ladies. A little upwind push at the end for everybody. Just if you weren't hurting quite bad enough, how about some wind chop and a little headwind? But that was a good race. That was our women's 40. All right, now let's take a quick look at the results from the men's race. If you remember right, it was almost impossible to tell who was first there, but let's take a quick peek. I'm pretty sure they have the results up before we get into the next race. Men's junior results are ready. So I'll let these other crews get lined up for men's 40. We take a look to see who pulled it off without those 4 canoes. Oh, what do you know? It looks like Keaukaha. Keaukaha with 29.66. That's a fast time. Let's just see what we get if we compare that to states. Not sure if these races will line up with states events. But yeah, what do you know? Keaukaha. 729, squeezed right in there. They already hold second spot at 728. So they retain that second place spot. And they managed to get themselves up on the board there with KEAWE. KEAWE squeezing in there again, replacing their old time and pushing Outrigger down a notch in the state standings. All right, so we got men's 40. I wonder if we have working crews, because that would be nice. And we don't have drone flight either. Sure, you can hear that music in the background from the announcers. She's a brick house. Alright, so we got some wind and we got some men's 40 races. We got 5 canoes out there. We have to run the ticker. Every time you try something new and you test it, it works fine at home. But then we try to do it live, you run into problems. So for some reason our crew spotlights don't want to work once we got to the age divisions. Could have something to do with the fact that the senior races aren't being run and it's confused some of the parsing. But whatever the case, we've still got our crew lists. I think we can still run paddle our backgrounds. We can still look at standing. We still got undefeated. So we're not out of the bad shape. So with this race, this has been a very competitive race. We don't have any undefeateds, but we do have KEAWE and Keaukaha battling in and out with KEAWE with a 5-point lead. Followed closely by Puna with 1 point separating second and third. And KEAWE down there, 13 points, followed by 6. And Millie, I hope we get Millie out here. They don't often come to the Hilo side, but let's double check our lane standings. Nope, they did not come out this time. So let's see if we have any more results while we wait for them to line up. I believe we did the men's results. We did men's junior. Oh, we already have the women's 40s results. That was fast. Let's throw those up real quick. So women's 40s results. All right, it's a good job for the women's 40. Let's just see how that runs against the state times, because we still have a little bit of time while these guys get lined up out there. State times, they're looking about 10 seconds, 11 seconds off from breaking into that barrier. And now that we're getting set up, run a few backgrounds because I think we have 2 more canoes we're still waiting for. 1 more canoe. Stan can. Yeah, you know these guys that are like in the triple digits of races mean business. All right, we're getting our last canoe sneaking in there. So let's just pull up the mini sidebar here. So let's see where club is you're cheering for. Men's 40, getting ready to get underway. We have our drone in flight. Here we go. These guys are fire. Look at them go. Wow, it's like they got a motor in their boats. The wake they're leaving behind. Looks like Keaukaha is just squeezing out just a quarter canoe length. ʻEhitu hot on their tail. Canoes are slamming into a little bit of this wake. It's going to be a good race. We'll see how it shakes out after the corner because they're all pretty close together. See them coming into the turn here. 1, 2, 3. And it is going to be a battle to the finish between these clubs. You can get a little sense here of what the wave action and the wind is doing. See the spray coming off the bow. Puna just took a good one off the bow. Puna ʻEhitu right neck and neck with Keaukaha off to the left of the screen. It is going to be a sprint to the finish. As the drones crisscross pass out there. We just hope for no mid-air collisions because that would be expensive. Alright, we're starting to approach the finish, and it's going to be a tight one. You know, it is it's tight. Looks like Keaukaha might be pulling off first with this one, followed by ʻEhitu and then Puna. But that is still early to call. And here comes the line. Wow, look at that. 1, 2, and 3. Wow, that's a good push. Those guys are really pushing hard out there. It's an exciting race, and here we go. I think that's the last for our race, women's 40. That was a great race. I feel like I was in there with them. That's a great race. So, you know, coming up next, we take a little bit of shift. We're back to 60s. We got women's 60s coming up. But let's just quickly check if we have any more results. They are still sorting them out. As we get ready for this next event. So, women's 60. We do have an undefeated crew in the 60s. Puna, they've had 5 solid wins. So let's check them out. And then we're going to do a little overview, see where we are in terms of the progress of the club. But there's the club points. But there's Puna. That's their undefeated crew in the women's 60. Let's just take a quick look at the overall events results. Then we'll get back to this race and take a look at the standings for Mokus. Let's see. So we got division points here. Now that we're pretty far into the regatta. Starting to, both divisions are starting developing gaps except Division A. See ʻEhitu there, completed 32 races. That really helps with the points, but it does help when you're winning a bunch of firsts. 127. Here we go, Laka and Waʻa. Laka doing well, having completed only 5 races to Waʻa's 8. You can see those results there again. And let's look at the points summary. You can just get an idea of the scale of things while the 60s women line up out there. And let's check out our event progress. So we have results up to women's 40, and we just completed event 35. So we're starting to wind down, and it's only 3:15. So we're moving along really well. Good job to all the volunteers working today, keeping the race moving from timing to ID checks to to handing out awards, keeping everything organized. Good job to Puna. So now let's get back to this this group here. Let's take a look at what the order is going to be. So we've got 8 out there, and we got Puna in lane 2 to keep an eye on. Or they've been undefeated, and we will check the results when we're done to see how they're doing in the states. See if you manage to put some more Moku crews up on the state's leaderboard. Let's just take a look at the background of some of these paddlers. You'll notice they've got a lot of experience as well. Bev is a well-known paddler in this area. Puna, 255 races. So many races, she comes up twice in a row. There's no slackers in this event. These are hardened paddlers. This lane side bargain so you can make sure you can spot your team as they get themselves lined up. ʻEhitu is coming in for a U-turn. We got Kamehameha, Puna, Waikoloa, ʻEhitu, Hoemana, Waiākea, Keauhou, and Opua in this race. All right, they are underway. Master 60, half mile. Here they come down the course. They come approaching the turn. On your left, you can see the crews on the inside lanes. Looks like like, yeah, lane 2. Around the corner first. Looks like lane 1, lane 2. Somewhat synchronized. Lane 4 coming back out. Lane 2 on their way back down. Lane 4. Let's see what we got down there. As they approach more parallel to us, you can kind of get a better view, like from the drone. Well, you can see lane 2 there. Canoe length gain. Lane 3, lane 4 and lane 1 really battling. Pretty close there. So they move their way uphill on the ocean. Go back to drone view as we get close to the finish. Moving in towards the finish there. All right, next race is going to be the men's 60, but let's quickly check to see how our results are going. I think we have some more results. Let's see who's up. So we do have a men's 40 results. Times. This is a race I was kind of curious if we have seen any new update changes in rankings. We don't seem to have them up. That's okay. Let's get ready for our men's 60. Men's 60. We got 9 crews out there. Let's check out our standings here. Let's let the ticker run. Let's just check out our standings for this event. Men's 70. I'm sorry, men's 60. You can see this is a really tight race too. 1 point between first and second. Only a few points separating the other places between Waikoloa, Hui Waʻa, Keauhou, Puna, Kawaihae. You can expect another good race. And while they're lining up, let's just see who's out there. They're almost out there. Let's see, we got 5 lined up already. All right, the announcers got me excited for this race. But I think they're still lining up. Just keep taking a look at some of the paddlers. We're going to be in the 60s race today. Yeah, so we still got a few canoes coming out, getting lined up. Opua trying to get a head start out there on the line. I don't know how well that's going to work. I'm going to have to put that in reverse. Get that canoe back behind the line. Alright, we're looking good. So let's see if we're getting ready. Let's just kick our lanes up. People are throwing logs around out there. Oh, we got 9 crews, so I think we might have a little bit of a wait here. It looks like we don't have anybody in the first couple lanes even. Alright, so let's just take another look at some of our other paddlers in here. With 9 crews, there's a lot to choose from. I think they're getting restless out there. Oh, we're starting to see them fill in. They are right on the line. They are eager to race. These guys will be down here all day, helping out, getting set up. Now it's their turn to hit the water. They get ready to unleash. So let's see what we got here. I think our drone back in the air. Let's catch the start and the aerial view. You can see that wind is kind of pushing them in. We got a canoe just right on the line. I mean, oh boy. I mean, they have a little bit of time to keep that canoe back, but that is close. It's up to the officials to call those. But nothing's worse than winning your race and then finding out you got DQ'd because you're just a couple inches over the line. It's just not worth it. They're definitely two canoes over. Opua is sneaking back in again. It looks like they don't have a boat holder in the front. That can make things challenging. So you can see the wind is blowing on their side. Okay, now we're ready for a clean start. All right, let's get this race underway, guys. Looks like we got the latecomers ʻEhitu out on the outside. Decided to make it just a little bit more challenging on themselves by showing up at the last second. Get lined up and go. Here we go, min 60. They're underway. These guys are paddling hard. They got a little bit of downwind push. They're taking advantage of it. Let's see if they can work some of these waves. Squeeze out a little extra speed. The 60 men are all closing in on the finish line. We've got a lot of tight races here. 1, 2, 3. Wow, that was a good race. If I just look at it, I think it was Waikoloa. But we gotta leave that one up for the officials. That was men's 60s race there. It's completing now. Not sure why, but there's a black flag out. I didn't see any errors out there. Looked like a clean start. Looked like clean turns. But sometimes it's hard to see everything that the officials see, so we'll have to see what happened with that event. All right, well that was the men's 60. The next event is going to be event 38. So that's women's 55, followed by men's 55. So women's 55 coming up. Men's 55, and then we start 50s. We work our way back to the fours and then open mix and 40 mix. Moving along pretty quick here. Making good progress with the event. At 3:30. We're already at event 38. Now let's see how our division points are stacking up. All right, we're gearing up for the women's 55. All right, while the ladies are lining up, let's see if we have any more results to share. So we showed men's 40 last, but we do have some results from event 36. That's the women's 60. So let's check out the women's 60s results. Puna there with what is that? 7.7 second gap, And 7 points. Good job, ladies. See if I don't think we have any other results yet. We only have preliminary results. Let's give it a little time. The ladies are starting to fill in. Let's just take a look at some of the people in this race. Got some newer paddlers too. I gotta tell you, the water looks a little cold for me today. But you gotta appreciate all those bow holders. They make this happen. Help keep the crews lined up. Wind is dying down just a little bit. We haven't had any squalls roll through. So it's great being able to keep flying the drones. Alright, so 55 women are still lining up. Looks like we're getting ready to go. Alright, here we go. And they are off. Alright, so here we have these crews about halfway down the course already. Looks like our center couple lanes are sort of leading here. We've got lane 2, lane 3, and lane 4 really battling. There they are, you got them right on our screen. Starting to approach the corner. Let's zoom in on the turn for lane 2. They seem to be our leaders by just maybe a quarter of a canoe. It is tight. But here they come in on the corner, spinning around that flag. First canoe out, I believe it's lane 4. They just gained a little bit of distance on some of our crews. Let's bring it back more, a little midfield. We can see our crews just a little better. As they move midfield, it's going to be a battle. There you go. You're going to get a good vantage here of our two leading canoes. They're neck and neck, sprinting back to the finish. Camera to get a good view of what's going on here with these guys, because I think it's going to be tight. And we'll quite come into view, but we're ready for them. There they are. Looks like it was KEAWE. Oh, I'm sorry, Kawaihae. And Opua, yeah, Opua out there. Slow motion for you. Alright, that was a good race. That wraps up that event. Women 55. So you can probably guess what's coming up next. The next event is going to be men's 55. Alright, I think we've got some more results here. The last one we looked at was women's 60, but we have men's 60 ready now. That's event 37. Let's take a quick look at that set of results. Men's 60. That was a full race with 9 canoes. Let's just quickly go through our points summary by division as events pile up and gold, silver, and bronzes are handed out. We get some more points in all these clubs columns. It's good to see. Alright, so with our in progress, let's pull up some trivia and see if we see much change in some of the faster times. Oh yeah, our fastest half mile down to 3:34 was 18. I think that's the one where we saw the record gets at for the state for this season. That's a pretty fast 1 mile race too. And let's take a quick look at the medal tallies while we wait for these guys to line up. All right, well, we wait for our 55 guys to line up. Let's just take a look at the standings for this event. Yeah, you can see they're close. Three-way battle, really. All right, well, Waikoloa, they're doing pretty good. Let's see what lanes are we all in. Watch Waikoloa. Yeah, they're in lane 2. Keaukaha 3. Puna 1. Everybody on the inside who has been ranking higher. Let's take a look at some paddle backgrounds while they're lining up. Here they go. And it's 55 underway. Firing off that start line. These guys are ready to go. They are neck and neck coming down the course by the start boat. We got like a four-way tie at the moment. These hammers are moving. Got a little bit of wind behind them. They're not slowing down for anything. All right, we're moving into the turn here. We're seeing quite the battle between these canoes. Keaukaha sliding in around the corner. First in. Everybody sliding in hard. Coming out with fire. Look at these guys go. It's going to be a three-way race to the finish. So far, Keaukaha just squeaking ahead, maybe a half canoe length, quarter canoe length. Hitting a little boat wake there. You can see a little bit of bump rolling in from the left side. Some of these crews have been able to capitalize that and make a difference in their run. I think we've got ourselves a three-way battle between these canoes on the inside. You can see the finish line. You know they're hurting, but they're going for it.
With myself tonight, no one else, just candlelight. Skip the party, stayed in bed. I'd rather wake up with no regret. In the trees of the palette, when I'm alone, I'm vibrant. Let the phone keep quiet.
Looks like they've definitely opened up a little bit of gap there. They've got at least a canoe length, maybe 1.5. I can't quite see everyone here. Oh, here we go. Oh yeah, no, they definitely have a good solid canoe length and a half ahead of these other crews. Can they hold it all the way to the finish? This inside canoe is fighting for it. That's Puna. Puna's feeling it. You can see them catching a few of these little bumps. Let's see what we can do here for the drone. And it's definitely Keaukaha. And then wow, Puna. And then lane 2 is that was a good race. That was really tight. I missed who lane 2 was. That was a great race.
It's me time. Cheap wine, don't define time. Dancing in my socks like it's a headline.
All right, well, we might need to call the fire department. Does fire out in those lanes as those top 3 crews battled it out to the finish. But that does wrap up the men's 55 race. So we're moving on from there to the senior women's masters 50s. That's event 40. We're getting close to closing out. The last event's 46. So about 6 more to go. Let's take a quick look if we have any more results. The last results we got were men's 60, but it looks like we do have women's 55 results ready. Let's take a quick look at those. Right, before we get into the next event, let's just do a little recap of Puna's previous seasons, just to thank them for all their hard work in hosting this regatta.
A to the L to the O to the H and the A. Listen up, island people, to the sweet island reggae. When you tune to the beat, the sound gonna get you in the groove. The lyrics hit hard, you feel the G and the rhythm, they make you wanna move. Skanking on the floor, you lose your body to the beat. The majestic sounds all around make you wanna move your feet. So listen up, you want need to hear me now. The magic beat like a king coming fast, pow, pow. I wanna make you move your body real good like this. Dance, dance, bend your knees, add a twist. Mix the old school rhythm with that new age sound. Let the dance all feel, lift you up and jump around. Naughty, 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 get up and dance at this party, party. Hello, a reggae, reggae, let it go, let it flow. No need to take it slow. Naughty, 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 get up and dance at this party, party. Hello, a reggae, reggae, reggae. No matter where you are, any day, even on the beach with your toes in the sand, you can turn up the sound and dance to the rhythm. Let me take you by the hand. In the car, at your house, in the yard, any place. This rhythm, let it put the
1, 2, 3, Puna! 1, 2, 3, Puna!
make you wanna dance.
Alright, yeah, thanks Puna, putting on this regatta. It's going really smooth. We got next group lining up. This is going to be our women's 50. Got 7 crews out there. Just starting to get lined up. Our boat holders are going to have to do a little work because the wind has picked up a bit. Let's go ahead and run some background. Alright, they're just about lined up here. Let's put up the lane slide real quick. Find your club's lanes and get ready to cheer as the women's 50s get ready to go underway. They are a fast bunch. Once they get lined up and are ready, it's going to be pure fire. There we go. There they are, underway. Women's 50. See all the crews coming down. Look at that sight. All these crews lined up within a quarter of a canoe with each other, coming into the first turn. Looks like Puna right here at the bottom of your screen. The inside lane. All these canoes are still locked in with each other out there. Let's watch this corner and see who comes out first. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. One after another. Coming right out of the corner. It's like Puna and ʻEhitu are battling it out. It's going to be a hard push. Puna's trying to catch them. I see them peeking. Don't peek. Just go. They're stepping it up. ʻEhitu is a little out of timing there for a second. I think they might be looking at each other instead of focusing on their own canoe. But these ladies are moving fast. Can't afford any mistakes in a release like this. When you're this close together, there's no margin for error. Just got to keep pushing. All right, they're starting to move in on the finish here. Let's take a close look. Wind is picking up. Woo, wow, that's tight. I think Puna got ʻEhitu, but it's unofficial there. It was a nice race. Here we go, closing in on third. Oh, that's some good paddling. Good job, ladies. All right. Good job. All right, so after this race, let's turn our attention to what's coming up next. And if we have any more results, our next race is going to be men's 50. But I think we might have some results from the previous races. Let's see if we can get caught up. So we do have results from the men's 55. That was event 39. All right, let's get ready for the men's 50. Followed by the 55 mix, men's 40. We got some open events coming up after that too. So let's just take a quick look of who's up. Got 7 competitors in this race, and let's take a quick look because ʻEhitu is still undefeated in this 50s race. So let's take a quick look at that mix of crew, where they've had 11 crew members and managed to pull out first. Good job, guys. Let's take a look at the standings on this event. ʻEhitu, Puna, Keaukaha, Kamehameha, Hoemana. Serious battle for third. Bit of a gap to second and a gap to first. So keep your eyes out on ʻEhitu and Puna, and then it could be anybody's guess who's coming in third here. We might get even surprise second, surprise first. Got some motivated crews in this event. Let's take a quick look at some of the standings. This race, I mean the lane lineup again. So Puna, ʻEhitu, Kamehameha, Hoemana, Keaukaha, Kawaihae, Waikoloa. We got a little bit of wind still. It looks like the rain went by us. Let's take a look at some paddler backgrounds while we wait for these guys to line up. Starting to get a little breezy. Pole holders are going to have to work. Keep those canoes lined up. We just about got everybody out there, I think. Yeah, paddles up. Maybe a little false paddles up start there. Let's see what's happening. Now, here we go again. Paddles up, and we got canoes going, and we are racing. All right, here we are. We're all off the line. These guys are flying down the course. Making it look easy. from my vantage point, it looks like KEAWE is just squeaking their way to the corner first. With Puna lane 1. Followed by 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Like Puna is really trying to catch these guys. KEAWE is not giving up an inch. We could still have a surprise or two on the outside as well. It's going to be a hard press coming back. We are about slack tide now, but we do have this wind. And you'll see these waves coming over the bows on some of these. And they catch the wave. It's a serious battle here for second and third. And we still got a bit of course to go. We could still see something change. I mean, these crews have been paddling solid. They've been holding their pace, holding their gaps, not giving it an inch. I think KEAWE is going to be able to hold these guys off, but Puna is trying. They've brought it up twice now on this leg, and they're bringing it up for this final push too. But KEAWE is responding. You can see they closed that gap. Puna is trying to work some of those little waves, hoping to get a little boost. I don't think it's going to be quite enough. And from this vantage point, it does look like it was KEAWE, followed by Puna. That was a close race. Good job, guys. That was a good race. Good race all around. It's a fast time. Have to wait to see the results, see what those times were, but they were fast. They came down here quick. Okay, I think we have more results here. Let's look. We got the women's 50 results. So that was event 40. So it's event 40, the women 50, and let's continue on down. Our next event is going to be the mixed 55. Well, this is a popular race. We got 11 canoes in here. Makes 55. Let's just take a look at the standings for this race with all these crews in here. Let's see what kind of stack up we have. Opua looks like they've been doing well, but that battle for second is long. 38-32, 25-23s. With 3 more regattas before states, there's a lot of room for some tussling between all these rankings. So we'll see what happens today. Let's keep an eye on those guys. Alright, so here we are. ʻEhitu, Opua, Kawaihae, Puna, Hui Waʻa, lane 1. These guys have been putting the pedal to the metal all season, so it should be a good race. Let's take a quick peek at some of the guys in this race and gals. 182 races. We've got a lot of experience out there. It might take a bit for all these crews to get lined up out there, all 11 of them. It's a popular event. Makes 55. Alright, we get a few people keep sneaking back into our random lineup there. Let's just memorize the crews you're cheering for, what lanes they're in. And let's just see how the lineup is going. You can tell those boat holders are having a kick. Keep those canoes going. We still got several canoes lining up. Gray out there, a little more chop. It looks like we're getting close. We can count those canoes. Still missing some of our lane 1 contenders. There's 3 on the outside getting lined up. We're getting close. All right, nice aerial view here of the mixed 55 race. Our wind is picking up. You can see some of the current lines out there against the wind, but these crews are pushing hard. They're all in a line there. Kaipua there on the inside and the bottom of your screen. As we approach the mid-course point, roughly, you can see these three crews on the inside are breaking away a little bit. Still only half a canoe length. Anything can happen. There we go. ʻEhitu sneaking in on the bottom now. So we got a four-way push here. I think there's one more canoe inside them. Yeah, there we go. Look at these guys, neck and neck. That's great. Let's take a quick look at this lane. Stack up. Yeah, Hui Waʻa right in the middle there, coming in on their turn. There we go. 4 canoes right at once with a 5th right behind them. Hui Waʻa's trying to get themselves surrounded. Like ʻEhitu, quick out of the turn. Same with Opua. Now let's just chase these inside guys down. You can see the water is a little bit rougher further out. It's a little bit more exposed to the wind. You can probably hear a lot of wind on the microphone. It's pretty hard to avoid here with it coming in onshore for us. Alright, mixed 55 race. It's going to be a battle to the finish. Look at these guys. Well, I wish you could hear the crowd because they're going crazy over this finish. These crews are just battling to the final end, stroke for stroke. I think Kaipua is kind of sneaking up. Just keep an eye on these guys. See if we can throw up the finish camera. Looks like it was ʻEhitu, followed by Hui Waʻa maybe, and Kaipua. That's just kind of my guess. That was an exciting race. That really got the crowd on their feet. All right, mixed 55 wrapped up there. Now we're on to the mixed 40. Event 40. 43. Just 3 more events to go, really. Got 2 open 4s and then an open mix. Might even finish ahead of time, but I'm not going to say that out loud, and now it's too late. But let's see. We got some more results, I'm sure. We do. We have the Men's Masters 50. Those results are ready. Let's see what we got for Men's 50. Half-mile race. Now that was a tight one at the end, less than a second separating first and second. But ʻEhitu remained undefeated in that event. But Puna gave them a run for their money. Good job, that was an exciting race. Let's just drop down and take a quick look at the division points. See how these categories are adding up. You're still seeing a great performance from ʻEhitu. Opua is starting to convert more points. Nice, we still got a few more events that, you know, these gaps are going to be hard to hold back. Alright, so let's see here. Let's take a look at the medal tally because we're getting close to the end. ʻEhitu with a lot of hardware. 30 podium finishes. Puna with 18. Good job, that's some good paddling there. Alright, so we're just seeing if they have any more results ready. Looks like they don't, so let's just focus on the upcoming event here. Mixed Masters 40. So, what do we have in this event? KEAWE, undefeated. We gotta check that out. Solid 6-member crew. All 5 regattas, all 5 wins. Will they be stopped this time? Let's take a look, see who's close. What do we got? ʻEhitu, pretty consistently on their tail. Puna chasing everybody down along with Keaukaha. So there's like almost a 3-way tie for second. Them all battling it out. Kawaihae, Hui Waʻa, all in the mix. Looks like we're all gunning here for KEAWE. Let's see how they hold out. Let's just take a look at some of the random paddlers we can pull. These are guys paddling in this event today with their history from HCRA. So HCRA is across all the islands, so if they've paddled in other associations on other islands, we'll still pick up their records. There's no escaping. We can see what you've done. 115 races. There's nothing to sneeze at. These guys are still lining up. The wind is still building a little bit. All right, so we're just about there. This Keaukaha coming out, I think. Oh, we got 10. Nuali'i, all right. Good to see you guys out. Mix 40. We got 10 canoes. I think we're still waiting for 1 or 2. Then we get this race underway. We'll see how Keauua holds up against all the pressure. Looks like our drone is still grounded. We're just about all lined up. One more canoe or 2. Let's just take a quick look back, see if we got anybody else coming out. I don't know. I think that could be about it. I see some paddles up. Alright, there we go. Race underway. Mix 40. Here we go. Alright, let's chase them down in the skies. Here comes our drone. Wow, these crews are smoking. Neck and neck coming to the halfway point down here. Puna there on the inside, making a good run. You saw Keauua there, giving everybody a good chase. ʻEhitu here in lane 3, right next to Keaukaha. Who is that out there? Is that Kamehameha out there? There was someone on the outside who was doing pretty well there. Couldn't quite spot him. Looks like Keauua is first into the turn. ʻEhitu taking a wide entrance. I think ʻEhitu might have made a little time up on that turn. Keaukaha and Puna make the turn at the same time there. Puna inside lane 1 there. Keaukaha trying to hammer their way back upwind. Trying to accelerate. These are our top 4 right here that I can tell. Looking out on the course, we do have one more canoe on the outside who's trying to gain on these guys. They are smoking. ʻEhitu, Keauua, putting the pedal to the metal up there. Keaukaha and Puna battling it out. You see ʻEhitu here with Keauua right to the left of them. It's a stroke for stroke battle to the finish here. they're sprinting, but you can see there's a canoe on the outside there. I think that's lane 7. Kawaihae, perhaps. As we get dive bombed by another drone. Wow, look at how tight this is. Oh, nice race. Keaukaha coming in here. Let's maybe switch to our finish cam so we can kind of get an idea of how these finishes are coming across. Of course, we need it lined up on the flags. I didn't do a very good job there, but you get the idea. We saw pretty much on the drone the top 4 finishers. We got the rest of our crews. Coming across the line now. It's a good race. The mixed 40 is always a fast race. Tough category. Good job, paddlers. You can tell we're getting close to the end of the day. We got crews taking their tents down. Little do they know we're spying on them from above. But let's just wait to see if we get the open force. They get a little bit of wind chop to deal with. It's a popular event. I'm sure we got a lot of crews out here. Let's take a quick look to see. Women open 4. This is going to be event 44. With just 2 more events left after this. Doing pretty good on time. 4:48. And let's just take a quick look at how many are out in this race. 9 crews. And let's also take a look at our standings in this event, because we don't have anybody that's undefeated, but we have some crews that are fighting for the top. Puna, Kamehameha, not far apart, followed closely by Waikoloa, Kaipua, KEAWE, tied there, Keaukaha, Hui Waʻa, ʻEhitu. So Open 4 is a challenging event. Popular. You know, everybody wants to come out on top in the Open 4s. It's hard moving a 400-pound canoe with just 4 paddlers, spinning it through the corners. Well, let's see what these hammers can do. Let's get this line up so we know what's going with the rest of the results. We do have some mixed 55 results. So this is the senior men's 50s, and now the next set of results is in 42, the mixed 55 results. Alright, well that was a quick time. Just Just curious how that compares to some of the state times. So we're 11 seconds off from our fastest time, catching up with some of these state teams. But we got our Open 4 crews are lined up, ready to race. Alright, so let's take a look. Some of the paddle backgrounds. Looks like we're still getting them up to the line, but close, very close. We have a speedboat in the lineup. Should make things interesting. Paddles are up, and we are underway. Women's Open 4. Make these hammers go. Hard to make those canoes accelerate when there's just 4 people in them. You can see there, they're kind of lined up. All these crews paddling together. See if we see any gaps starting to open up as we proceed down the course into the turn. Looks like Waiākea right there, and ʻEhitu, Hui Waʻa just above them in the white, and Keaukaha beyond them. This is Hui Waʻa right here, pushing their way down the course towards the turn, starting to approach. It looks like the inside does have a little bit of a gap on the the others. That's Waikoloa, lane 2, which they might be the first ones into the turn. But I gotta tell you, Puna is looking good on this course. Keaukaha right behind them. Right there, lane 3 is Kamehameha. They're doing well too. Let's take a look at the rest of the course on the outside. We come around this corner. Everybody's fighting neck and neck here. So right to the left there of Keaukaha, Hui Waʻa. You could see that they were right there with them. And then on the inside, moving up on the inside just a little bit, looks like Kamehameha just a touch ahead. Let's see as we swing around, run parallel, we'll get a better idea. It does look like Waikoloa is leading this group. Puna on the inside, I think they have a little bit of an edge over Kamehameha. And it looks like Keaukaha's got a canoe length behind them. As we work down, I think we're going to need to look again in our finish cam. It's going to be tough to tell. The crowd is pumped. I can hear them all screaming from here. It is a close race, and I'm not spotting them on the finish line yet, so let's give them a little bit more time to move into view. It's kind of hard to see who's in the lead with this. We have all these tents in our way, unfortunately. And here they come. This looks like Waikoloa. Yeah, that was Waikoloa there. Puna. Nice, Kamehameha. And this looks like Hui Waʻa, followed by Keaukaha. Open for a race. Nice job. That's such a tough race too. You know, and when you're coming back against the wind, everything hurts. Good job, ladies. That was quite a race. Okay, well, I got the mixed 40s results ready for us to check out. This is a big event. 9 canoes. Battled it out in the 40 mix race. You can see these tight times with ʻEhitu and KEAWE both breaking sub 4 minutes. It's a good job. KEAWE, about a 2-second separation, and they both had a big gap on 3rd and 4th. It's a nice race. So let's see, we got the next races. You know, since we just did the women's Open 4, makes sense that we would probably come up with a men's Open 4 next. So So men's open 4 and then mixed open. After mixed open, we're calling it a day. So let's just take a look at what we've got going on in this race for the standings. What do we got? Got ʻEhitu. They've been doing well in the open 4 race. KEAWE has been chasing them hard along with Keaukaha and Puna. And not far behind is Kamehameha. Got a whole set of hammers out here racing. It's going to be an exciting race. Open 4 usually is. So I hope you're sitting down. Let's take out the check out the lineup. 9 canoes out there. And it's going to be a tight battle. So while we're waiting for these guys to line up, why don't we just take a look at some of the random paddlers we have out there in this event. There are quite a few. Alright, so we're starting to see these guys line up. Getting ready for our second to last race. 4 men. This is always an exciting race, and as you saw, everybody's ranked pretty high. You should at least see some pretty strong battles between 4 or 5 of the canoes out there. All right, here we go. All these hammers open for. It is going to be a battle. Wow, look at them go. They're just churning water. Tell you what, why don't we get our drone out there on the course, take a good look at this action. You see these guys coming down. It's amazing. They're just, it's hard to believe there's only 4 people in these canoes and they can pull off these kind of speeds. And everybody's like neck and neck on this. Wow. This is anybody's race at this point. Wow, these guys are really moving. I mean, they're just within a half canoe of 5 of them and a canoe length between the others. They're just flying down this course. Coming into the corner here. See the different angles that people are choosing to do. Oh, what do we got there? Lane 2. We're gonna hit the flag. We're gonna hit the flag. Oh no! Can they keep it out? Can they keep it out of the water? They're gonna have to back up and clear it. They cleared it. I think it's good. They just got to recover from that. That's gonna hurt their race. They're gonna have to really burn some muscles to try to catch back up on these guys, because nobody's going to give them an inch. But that's all it takes to have an upset sometimes, you know, just a small mistake like that. The wind kind of cut them in a little early. And they snagged that flag. I don't see any black flags, so I think the officials are considering that's good. Still a good race. And these guys, man, look at them work. They are actually gaining position back to where they were. And they were up in the lead, but they're definitely closing the gaps. That's a good job, guys, man. That's a wild race. Well, that's KEAWE here on the inside. ʻEhitu, the one that hit the flag and had to put in reverse, and they are still closing gaps. And it's hard to tell. It could be Keaukaha that's just slightly in the lead, but next to them, Keauhou and Puna, they're not giving up either. And, you know, it looks like Puna might actually have a slight lead on them. It's a little hard to tell trying to judge the angle of the finish to the angle of the course. And we're gonna have to switch. We're gonna have to switch to the finish cam for sure on this one. Can't really tell. And I missed the switch. Oh. Well, we didn't get the definitive finish on that one. But that was quite a race. Wow. All 4 of those canoes right within each other. Just bang, 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 bang. That was a wild finish for these guys. Alright, so we got some other hammers still out there finishing. This is not an easy race. If you want to sprint and have some pain, open 4 is an easy way to do it, because your whole body will hurt by the time you're done with this race. All right, good job. Now we're down to our last race here. So let's see if we have some more results lined up. Now that we've finished the Open 4 men, we just have the Open Mix next. That's the last race. And I'm sure we've got results from women's Open 4. We sure do. So women's Open 4 race, equally as exciting. Results here. Well, I hope some of you got away from your screen and came down to help support some of these crews, help them with their fundraisers, or just cheer them on. They put in a lot of work to get to this level of performance out here, and you know, it's always nice to give them some appreciation. That's why we do this filming. We love watching all these teams compete. All different groups, different ages come out here, and the beautiful Koa canoe clubs. All these beautiful Koa canoes out here. So we've got our Open Mix up next, and got a little bit of time here. Let's see if we've got any other updates on our regatta progress. So let's take a look at what our results are looking like. We've got division points here. I don't think we'll see too many changes to this point. Now it looks like things are kind of solidified. Yeah, not seeing any big upsets at the moment, but we do have some close ranks here. Hoemana, one more race left. I think they're kind of solidified because the places behind them, they don't have any more races left. So I think that's kind of all sewn up. I don't see, even though this is a big race, I don't see how those points could be disrupted. So let's turn off Open 4 and let's jump to our mixed crew here. Let's take a look at our lane assignments. Popular race. Mixed Open's always popular. We're going to fill the whole course up. Even Milili'i came out. It's awesome. So here we have Puna all the way to Milili'i in lane 12. We got a little bit more wind again. It's been cycling up and down all day. Let's just do a quick point summary while we're waiting. So KEAWE was 60 points above Puna. Puna and Kawaihae only a point apart. And you got Keaukaha and KEAWE. You know, they're only 5 points separation there. So again, there are some definitely close match clubs out here, along with some close match canoes, and I think we'll see this again here. Let's take a quick look at the standings for this race, see how everything lines up. Now you can see there's only a few points separating all these crews. This is one of those races where pretty much anything can happen. Just like the last race, ʻEhitu got caught up on that flag. All it takes is a little bit of a bump and you're one little bump and you got 5 other crews right on top taking advantage of it, making the most of the race. Nobody's going to give up an inch, especially in the open mix or open fours. These are very competitive crews out here at the end of the day. Let's take a quick look at the lane sheet again because there's so many out there. Try to get that mental picture in your head. And we will probably be underway shortly. We just got to get a few more canoes out there. I can see them lining up. All right, it's paddles up. We are going. Here we go, open mix. Underway. The full fleet in force out there. Let's go, guys. So right here on the inside, you've got Puna, ʻEhitu, Keaukaha, KEAWE, Opua. All these guys right next to each other. All the way out to Opua and Kamehameha, Hui Waʻa, Keauhou. We're starting to see a little gap a little further out, but these teams are tough and they are moving. Here we go. This is going to be an exciting corner with all these canoes coming in all at once. It's just seven canoes coming into these corners. Look at this. Amazing. 7 canoes all at once like a ballet out there. Wow, the crowd is on their feet. The Keaukaha looks like they came out a little bit first. It's hard to see Puna down here, but it's got battle. I mean, it's a full-on sprint now. Nobody's going to give up. All 7 of these canoes on the inside. It's going to be a wild race. Hang on. The crowd is just going nuts. This is just such an intense race. Everybody's just pouring it on. There's probably a half a canoe length difference between all 7 of these canoes. One little bump caught the right way will make a whole difference in the race. Likewise, one small mistake, you're going to fall behind. There's no mercy in this race. All 7 canoes just pushing hard. Let's bring up the finish. Because we're not going to want to miss this. This is going to be a tight one. You know, I think we got ʻEhitu and Keaukaha really battling there for that position on the line. And we've got a good aerial view here as they come in. It is going to be Keaukaha and ʻEhitu. It's unofficial. That was a wild race. They managed to put a little bit of gap on those other 5 canoes. They pushed hard for that sprint on the end. That was an impressive race. These guys have got to be hurting. I mean, that was a while. I can't wait to see what their times were on that race. Now we're just all finishing up out there. A beautiful day of racing here in Hilo. Thanks to Puna for putting all this together. All the volunteer work, the time, effort goes into it. I hope you guys did well on your fundraiser for your long distance season. I believe there's a couple other clubs also doing some fundraising for states. The states this year is on Oahu. So we got to ship canoes and fly to race. It can get expensive, so I understand having fundraisers to try to get that to happen for all the crew members. Now, thanks for joining us today on the live feed. As we wind this event down, let's see if we can pull up any last results. Because we do have the open men's 4 results. So, open 4 men. You can see how tight that open 4 race was. Half a second, 1 second, 1 second, 2 seconds. That was a wild race. That was probably one of the closest races of the day, the men's open 4. All right, the crew's out there saying hi to the drone. Keaukaha pulled off the win there in that race, unofficially. As we wind down, everybody's packing up and getting ready to head home. We're just keeping an eye to see if we can get some results before we close out. Another beautiful day down here at Hilo. If you didn't make it down this time, next weekend, paddlers at Laka is putting on the next regatta. Come on down and support them. Cheer the crews on. Check out all the grinds they've got going on. There's usually lots of food. You can't go away hungry. All right, so big thanks to Puna as they take their KEAWE back home after a long day of racing. They did a good job out there. It's great seeing all these crews working together. Everybody's bringing their koas up. That's the heart of the paddling club, these koa canoes. We have our winning crew here from Keaukaha running through the tunnel. It's a good race. I think our drone operator's checking out. We'll go back to the static cameras. I think we might have some results. Let's see what we've got for results here. And we can close out the stream. No, we still don't have results. It's okay, but to close out the race, I think we're just going to play another replay of some highlights from Puna's previous seasons. Thanks to Kavika.
A to the L to the O to the H and the A. Listen up, island people, to that sweet island reggae. When you tune to the beat, the sound gonna get you in the groove. The lyrics hit hard, you feel it, the and the rhythm, they make you wanna move. Skanking on the floor, you lose your body to the beat. The majestic sounds all around make you wanna move your feet. So listen up, you want need to hear me now. The magic beat like a king coming fast, pow, pow. I wanna make you move your body real good like this. Dance, dance, bend your knees, add a twist. Mix the old school rhythm with that new age sound. Let the dance all feel, lift you up and jump around. Naughty, 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 get up and dance at this party, party. Hello, reggae, reggae, let it go, let it flow. No need to take it slow. Naughty, 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 get up and dance at this party, party. Hello, reggae, 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 yeah. No matter where you are, any day, even on the beach with your toes in the sand, you can turn up the sound and dance to the rhythm. Let me take you by the hand. In the car, at your house, in the yard, any place. This rhythm, let it put the
1, 2, 3, pull up! 1, 2, 3, pull up!
All right, there we go. Let's just see if we have results from that race, and if not, we're just going to sign off. It's hard to tell. They may be packing themselves up too, and we'll publish those results later because they still don't have them. So thanks to everyone for watching. I hope you had a good time. Even if you couldn't come down here, we hope you could enjoy a little bit of paddling. Join Hilo on with us and Puna's Regatta.